Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
I'm so foolish of me. I had to speak my microphone on mute all that time. I was just talking, running my mouth. I had the microphone on mute. So I say it all over again. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Imasukari. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Ain Katir, Sister Laurel, Sister Ornette, Mr. Otter. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Esther and family. Sister Gabby, Shabbat Shalom. There's so many more of you all. If I've forgotten you, please forgive me. Or I just didn't have the time to mention you just now. Doesn't mean that you won't be mentioned. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Shemaiah, Shabbat Shalom. And the rest of you, so many of you. Shay, Sister Shay, hit me up on my inbox, said she couldn't wait till the day. Shabbat Shalom, sis. So here we go, family. We're going to get this thing moving. We're going to get it started. We're going to make it all happen the way that it's supposed to happen. We're going to do our very best to make it happen according to the Most High's will. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Asa, you early today, Brother Asa. May the Most High be with you. How's the family, brother? How's the new house? How's everything going? All right. Dang, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Something is wrong with my iPad. Oh, there we go. There we go. Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, Brother Asa, welcome, Brother Asa. It's good to see you. And as I was saying, how's the family and the new home? You got to send me some tickets, man, so I can come up there and visit y'all. All the way in London, England. We in England. What place is he in? England, somewhere in England, right? What part of England? Yeah, you tell me that later on, bro. All right. So what I was saying was that I was having these conversations with people through the week, and a lot of the people that I've been speaking to, conversation seems to be all pretty much heading in the same direction, that they're really frustrated with leadership in Israel today. You know, and I was really sitting back listening to one brother who he may be here with us in the audience today. I don't know. I sent him a link to come on stage, but I don't think he took advantage of that link. Maybe I need to resend him a link just to be in the audience, because he might not want people to hear his voice just as yet. But it is a very influential young brother, very intelligent, very wise, and his spirit is really, in my opinion, his spirit is really toward the Creator. It's really toward the Most High. And when you see people like that, that's really doing their very best to serve the Creator, you can't fault them for the little things that they do. Major things, yeah, that's a difference. But little things, like they might forget to wear their fringes today. You know, I can't hold that against you. Little things like that. But this brother here seems to be, let me give you an example of what I mean when I say his heart is after the Most High. This might not mean much to you, but it meant a lot to me. The brother was here over the week, and we were doing a lot of work around here on the land. And he stops from cutting the grass or doing something to say, Prince, hold up, Prince. Let's make sure we get the animals out of the way. Bugs, it was actually bugs, but he wanted to stop and pick the bugs up to move the bugs to the other side so we don't kill them. And I thought that was special. I really did. I don't remember, babe. I don't even remember. It was something over there in the way, and he didn't want to cut them up or kill them. So he wanted to take the time to stop what we were doing and move the bugs out of the way so that they didn't get killed or trampled on or destroyed or squashed. Yeah. So it touched my heart when the brother said, I ain't say nothing to him. You know, I ain't say nothing, but, you know, because I believe that people who have a love or appreciation for nature or a lot more in harmony with the Most High, in my opinion. That's been my experience. And then when you meet people who don't care and just kill and destroy anything and just swat them, and you know, it's that to me, that's just and it's just my opinion. I could be wrong. You know, it could be a lot of people who love animals and bugs and can't stand people. It would kill a person, you know, or take a life of a person. I don't know the answer to that, truthfully, but in my opinion, it has been my experience that people who have a reverence for nature tends to have more of a pure relationship with the Almighty. You know, where they just won't commit adultery, don't steal. At least they try not to steal or adultery or robbery or homicides. And I'm talking on a high level, lie, cheat. You know, a lot of things we do on a normal as a people, and then still come to the house of worship and say, thank you, Most High. You know, these people, this particular person, or these people that I've seen who usually cares for animals and nature and things of that we don't have no control over, that the Most High looks out for, they tend to be more protected and blessed and nurtured. Those people usually be a lot closer in tune with the Almighty. Well, let's move on. But the argument has been that it's the unanimous argument from the majority of the people that I've been talking to this week has been problems with leadership. how the leadership is failing the nation, how we as leadership are not doing our part to stand right before the Creator so that we can service the people correctly. Shabbat Shalom, Aim. Shabbat Shalom, Aim Kater. And I can't argue with that, brother, because just from me looking around, seeing what I see. And then I had another woman, a female, who came to me, and she's married to a spiritual leader. And she expressed so horrific of events and things that has transpired in their marriage. I mean, if I told you some of these things, if he was listening, he would know. And I don't want him to, it's not time for that yet. So I don't want to talk about these things yet and expose you to the level, but it's just embarrassing how we as spiritual leaders are supposed to be feeding the people of the Most High, providing for the people of the Most High, and doing all these wonderful things to help the people draw closer to the Creator. But our life example, our real life, not what we put on the screen, because a lot of them, this one particular sister said, don't believe what you see on the screen, Prince, because it's not true. I mean, she almost had me in tears. How severe she's been hurt and damaged in her story, in her life with her husband. I was, and I'm like, I'm pro-man. I'm pro-man all the way. This brother had me saying, yo, you an embarrassment, man. An embarrassment, straight embarrassment. So, we'll see what the Most High has in store, what the Most High wants to do. But if you're a spiritual leader to the house of Israel, and I mean what I'm saying, I completely mean it. You cannot be like everybody else. You can't live like everybody else. You can't do what everybody else does. You have to be that example of righteousness in the lives of everyone. Therefore, you have to be on your best at all times. The Most High might allow a commoner to get away with ordinary things for a period of time, but for you, the shepherd of his people, the shame, the embarrassment, the disrespect that you give to the Creator, oh man, it can't be. This one brother, I had conversations with this other family. This one brother who's a spiritual leader, he has his wife, and then he got another wife, and he got an ex-wife. And the first wife tells me she don't know if the ex-wife, who doesn't do law anymore, is still his wife. She don't know if that's still, why wouldn't she know? And let's say, just for example, let's say he kept it a secret and he still got her as a wife and he don't know, but she ain't doing law. So one of the classes I thought about doing was, is it okay for a spiritual leader of the nation of Israel to be married to a woman who's a non-believer, a non-law-abiding Israelite? Let's see what y'all got to say about that. Let's put that in the room. That's on the floor. Is it okay for a spiritual leader in the nation of Israel? Let's even say a moray in the nation of Israel. Let's move aside the spiritual leaders, because a spiritual leader and a moray are two different things. Let's move aside the spiritual leader, because a spiritual leader and a moray is pretty much the same thing. So let's just say a moray. Is it okay for a man who is teaching the people of the Most High to be married and joined to a woman or women, Nashim, who are not living this lifestyle. I knew one elder who was married to two women, and they were both Christians. And he had no problem with it. He would travel thousands of miles to go see them because they didn't live in America with him. They lived in a different country. But he had two of them. And he had no issue. And I always had it. I would believe that something's wrong with that. Because if you are standing before the Most High's people, teaching the Most High's people, you should be living what it is that you're teaching to the people. And so many of us are not. So that's been an argument. That's been an argument with a lot of the people that I've been speaking to this week about how the spiritual leadership have let them down. One brother told me that a spiritual leader, what was that? How did that situation go? He brought to the attention of a spiritual leader a house that he wanted to buy, so he needed to borrow some money from the spiritual leader. I think, now this is just me going off my memory. I don't remember the exact amount. He said like $15,000. So, $5,000. He said he needed to borrow $5,000 from his spiritual leader. His spiritual leader gave him the $5,000, but then asked him for the information who he was buying the house from. And he didn't understand why, but he gave it to him. It's a spiritual leader. He filled him in on the information. Spiritual leader went behind his back and bought the house from the lady. He wasn't able to pay right back. He wasn't, if I remember correctly, he wasn't able to pay the spiritual leader the money right back. So the spiritual leader made him sell him his house. Wow. The $5,000, was it? Maybe it was $15,000. The numbers I don't remember exactly, but the situation I fully remember. The young brother borrowed the $15,000, I believe it was, to purchase a house and help invest in his business. The spiritual leader got the information from who he was purchasing the house from, went behind his back, and bought the house from the individual. Now, this is a young man coming up in this way that we are supposed to be guiding and motivating and helping. But the spiritual leader went behind his back deceptively and bought the house from the individual. And then the $15,000 that he borrowed or he loaned to the young brother, when the young brother couldn't make the payments within a short period of time, the negotiation began, and he ended up taking the young brother's house for that purpose. This is horrible. I mean, this is not what we are supposed to be. We're supposed to be an example for the youth. We're supposed to teach the youth. We're supposed to direct and guide the youth. That's not a good example for any of the elders in Israel to be guiding, leading, and teaching, and in the Morim in Israel to be helping the youth. The name of the lesson today, the man of the Creator has come here. The people can fly. Shabbat Shalom. The people can fly. The man of the Creator has come here. That's the name of today's lesson. And I wonder, and anybody on Facebook will see my caption as to how I have it worded on Facebook. But I wonder if a man of the Creator came today, how would he be treated? How would it go with him? How would we receive him? How would the nation of Israel receive a true servant of the Most High if it was known and if it was present that he was here on this day? How will we receive that? How will we treat him? How will we recognize the essence of a man of the Most High? See, that's a question that's posed here, a question that needs to be asked. Because a lot of people, they have men of the Most High in their lives every day, always in their lives, but they don't know how to treat them. They don't know how to obey them. They don't know how to have a relationship with them. A lot of us, we have men of the Most High in our lives walking with us daily who really revere the Almighty, who do their very best to be the utmost, the epitome of righteousness in this day and time. How are they treated? How do we relate to them? The whole story, today's lesson, is going to go into that in great detail. So we will, create a will, and we will be getting into that at a later time today. But I just wanted to run that past you and just think, because those people you see stand on the podium in the churches, in the pulpits, 99% of them are not men of the Most High. And I say 99% because you never know the percentage that the Most High may have serving him at that capacity just to wake the people up, just to wake up those masses, to teach them the truth, to lead them, to be a stepping stone for them to get in the direction of the truth. They might not be teaching the oneness of the Most High right now, but what they're doing is planting seeds to elevate somebody to the next level so that they can grow and come into the oneness of the Most High. But a lot of the people who truly represent the Most High, in truthfulness, the average Israelite today don't know how to treat them. Well, we're going to get into that today in today's lesson. Later on today, we're going to get into that, and we're going to discuss that, and we're going to learn and teach and know the options that we have readily available before us in how to treat the men of the Most High, because a lot of us don't know. A lot of us don't know. So we're going to see. All right, let's get started, family. Let's get started. Let's get started. All right, so what we would like to do first when we start, we would like to acknowledge the Most High, try to thank the Most High for whatever we would like to thank the Most High for at this time. Now is the time to do so. Who would like to be first to thank this King? Who would like to be first to thank the Most High? Well,
Shabbat
anything that
shalom.
you feel you would like to thank him for.
Can I be heard?
King.
Shabbat shalom, Mama. Shabbat shalom, Mr. Khan. I never let an opportunity go by without thanking the Creator. I want to just first and foremost thank him for the Shabbat day. I want to thank him for life, food, shelter, and clothing. I want to thank him for this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that he has given us, allowing us to know who we are. I want to thank him for the life of my son, Nahazar Ben Karush Israel. His birthday is today, so Torah for allowing him to see another year. I want to thank him for my Nashim, my children, my grandchild. I want to thank him for my new endeavors in which I'm trying to get through. I want to thank him for everyone, all my family, my parents, for the life of you all on this call. I just say Torah. I did want to talk about that question. That's always been a hot topic of Israelite men having women that's not studying the faith. Um, I guess the question is: it okay if I address that or
Oh, absolutely. But can I ask you a
okay?
question before you address that?
Yeah,
Who that naked man on the picture on your page? That picture right there. Who that naked man with no clothes on? Who is that?
that's from my that's from my podcast. That's me. My Hall of Fame picture.
Uh,
Um,
your Hall of
like,
Fame. What's that mean?
yeah,
Hall of Fame.
uh, I was inducted to the Pennsylvania Hall of Fame boxing for my accomplishments.
What's your
Uh,
accomplishment?
oh man, I did a lot. I'll just keep it real short. Um, I became one of the first athletes ever to win 5 national straight. Won the Triple Crown by defeating the 3-time in different weight division Timothy Bradley, and the National Crown, 3 nationals straight. I made front page of Sports Illustrated. I, um, I accumulated a professional record of 24 wins, 2 losses with 18 knockouts. I had to retire due to detached retina. I became ranked number 4 in the world by the WBA, number 5 by the by the IBF. So I was in the top 5 prior to me fighting. But so that's just a little quick. And I was inducted this month, October the 12th, into the Boxing Hall of Fame. Um,
Okay. May the Most High be praised. That's the
King,
first thing
King.
you should be thanking the Creator for, right?
I guess, yeah, hallelujah. I've always been neat when it comes down to that, but I guess I say I thank him for all things. There's so much to thank him for that I know I'm going to leave some things out. But this always been an interesting topic, because I don't believe that all our the mothers that our forefathers had, all of them served the Creator. I don't think so. So the question that I guess I would ask is, when you say right in what standard, if a person chooses to be with a woman that's not serving the Creator, and when you say wrong, by what metric are you saying? So that's a question that I will pose to you, Ava. When you say wrong, wrong in which way?
Hold on. You're asking me? Wrong.
Yes, it is not, and it's not that I have my opinion on it, but I'm just asking you, or anyone, that
Okay.
when you say, if one say that is right to what metric, or is right to what standard, and if one was to say no, it's wrong, what would be the measuring stick in which you're saying that is wrong by?
If his counterpart is worshiping a deity, then that's totally out of order. If they don't do anything, that's a different story. They might get away, they might get a pass, but they don't do anything. But if their heart and their worship is to a different power other than the Almighty, to me, something's wrong with that picture. You can't mingle that. You can't bring. That's something that can't be done. It shouldn't be done. If you're married to an Israelite, or you're married and you're an Israelite moray, a teacher in Israel, you're helping the Most High's people. You should be exemplifying the life that you expect them to live or teaching them to live. You should be a perfect example of that life. And that's my opinion of the matter. Therefore, if you are married to a person who worships, let's say, Satan or Christian or anything other than the power of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, anything other than that, in my opinion, that's where you're making a mistake. And the Creator will deal with us for those things.
Okay, I agree with that same sentiment. And you put it the caveat in it by if they worship another deity, and I think that is the most important part, um, because I guess when we really sit back and we go into the cultural uh, point of culture back then, I don't believe that every man, when he had women, concubines, and maid servants, whatever it was, that all of them served the Creator. I think what makes it okay is if you have an understanding, if that man has an understanding with his Isha, that she's not serving another deity, because this man may pick up another wife, right, or a concubine for one particular purpose, and he may not require her to serve the Creator, but as long as she's not serving another deity, I would agree with you. I think that morally it would be wrong if a man is dealing with a woman who's serving another power, and you sit up here teaching about a power, because the scripture says, how can two walk unless they be agreed? So the first thing that you have to agree with is that Yah is the true living power. Also, I think that if she's serving another deity is wrong, because you now have an abomination in your house. You are connected to an idolatry. So that's always been an interesting topic. whether it's right, whether it's wrong. And I do agree with you said that if she's tied to a deity and she's practicing and worshiping anything other than the creator, then I think it's wrong. But if she understands that her existence is just to please her ish, and that's what she signed up to, she's not stepping out, she's taking care of the home, and she's doing whatever which is required of her from her husband, then I would say that that is probably okay. That is okay. That's all I want to address. Toda.
Okay. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabah. All right. Any other opinions? I like to hear from some women. I would like to hear from some women. But are there any other opinions?
The only thing I was going to say was,
You come closer so they can hear you.
Shabbat Shalom, look alone.
Shabbat Shalom.
I guess I was, because I hear you saying moray or spiritual leader, but wouldn't that go for any man in Israel? Because one, if you have children and your wife is, or your concubine, however, has children and she's raising those children, she's going to be teaching those children, to serve a deity. And so wouldn't that same standard, if it's for a spiritual leader, a teacher, or any man of nobility, wouldn't that still pertain to just, any man, like a layman, because it's still the same principle of your wife serving a deity and teaching your children to serve a deity, or raising your children if they have children by you.
Well, see, we're not saying that it doesn't hold true for even every man, because it does.
Right.
We're saying it's even worse when a spiritual leader or a moray is attached to the hip with an idolater.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're trying to make and clear, that at least get the people to think about. Because no spiritual leader, nobody who's trying to teach you about the Most High should be leading you in a bad way through his lifestyle.
Okay.
Yes, but every man should be dealing with a righteous woman. And if she's not serving the Creator, she shouldn't be serving anything in any way. But let's deal with that for a minute. Now, it's a difference between a man and a male. Two different things. A male will tolerate just about anything. Just go along to get along, to be happy. A male. But a man will not tolerate just anything. A real man is going to stand on principles. And if you ain't down with those principles, you just got to go. It's just that simple. A man is not going to have you in his life and you just do what you want to do. That's not how real men operate. Real men, when I say a real man, I mean a man of value, a man of standards, a man of principles, a man that's really convicted with the Almighty. And he ain't going to have it no other way. It's going to be this way, or it ain't going to exist. He more than likely, that type of male or man will not allow his wife to not worship the Creator. A male will allow you to do just about anything you want to do. Even if you don't want to worship the Most High, you don't want to worship nobody, you don't want to do anything, it's okay. Just take care of me. That's how a lot of males will operate. But a man, a real man, especially a man of the Most High, he wouldn't have it no other way. Let's look at it, for example. This is a prime example of what I'm talking about. Our father Abraham, he had a servant who was faithful in his house. And this servant, gave him a task. And watch what he did. The task of this servant was to go get him a wife for his son. He told him directions, he told him where to go. But if you notice, when that servant got there, that servant prayed to the power of Abraham, of his master. You know what I mean? He could have prayed to the deities that he was raised up and learning to pray to if he was raised outside of Abraham's house. We don't know the answer to that, but we just know that he'd been with Abraham for a long time. So even his slave, in this particular situation, just from this example, even his slave worshiped the power that he worshiped. And when he prayed in the name of the power that his creator worshiped. That's deep. To me, that's deep. That goes a long way. So that shows, in my example, my understanding, that shows how Abraham cared for his house. He took the time to educate them and teach them about the oneness of the Most High. Not a lot of people do that today. A lot of males are under the impression, as long as you make me happy, then we cool. You could do whatever you want to do when I ain't around you, when I ain't with you, but as long as you keep me smiling, we cool. And in my opinion, that's not a good way to be. That's not a good attitude to have. I would rather deal with a woman that doesn't do anything than to deal with a woman and be married to a woman and in relations with a woman, laying down with a woman that's doing all types of wickedness. And some women today, and this is not a thing of beating up on women. Please don't take it this way. This is actually a lesson on beating up on leadership, for men who are supposed to be in positions of leadership. And a lot of them don't even deal with women. A lot of them deal with men under the covers and don't tell you. Don't even let it be known. So I haven't even gotten on that part yet. We're going to just keep it up in the subversive part. A lot of them we got so many secrets going on in Israel today. So many secrets. It's hard to trust anybody. And this is a thing that we need to deal with, to learn, and to fix. We have so many secrets going on in Israel today. So many secrets. And I'm talking on a level of leadership. I'm not talking on a level of just regular people. I'm specifically speaking on the level, so many of our Maureen are living a double life. And a lot of people are beginning to talk about it. They're beginning to expose them for the wickedness that they're doing. They're bringing it out. So I would suggest that they stop. I would suggest that they do a 360, a 180, and turn in a completely different direction, because we know what it is that we're supposed to do as Maureen. We know how we're supposed to conduct ourselves. And one of those pages, and I know for a fact that one of them pages right now, and they probably live right now. I think they go live around 11, I think. But I bet you, I promise you, they probably got about 200-300 people in the room right now. Packed. Because it's something about the spiritual nature of wicked people that gravitate other wicked people to them. It's something about it. When a man of the Most High comes in our midst, we don't recognize that as a man of the Most High. We don't embrace and accept that as a true servant of the Creator. Usually that's not what we do. So let's get back, because I had got off that and I wanted to get into the acknowledgments of the Most High. And if that lesson comes back up, or if somebody else wants to talk at their port and give their opinion like my Bane did, then so be it. I don't have a problem with it. Let's go with it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you want to say? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, you finished? Why are you coming over here?
You want me to read the thank yous? I can't take my mic off.
All right, don't do. I'll take care of it. I'll do it. She got the baby today. He ain't gonna let her just do what she do. All right, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. So would anyone else like to thank the Most High for anything special at this time? Maisha just popped up in the room. Isha, did you want to say anything? Acknowledge the Most High in any way?
And it's late.
Okay, and total rabah to the Most High for allowing me to be here. I'm thankful just to get through the week and to still be amongst my beloved family and friends. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah. All right. So how about you pop them up and I'll read them? Is that okay? Since you remember where they are and what they are. Total Rabah. May the Most High be praised. All right. We're going to read the acknowledgments to the Most High. Aim Sukari says, grateful that the Most High helped me see for my life instead of what isn't. See what's good for my life, I guess. I think that's what she's saying. All right, let me read it again. Grateful that the Most High helps me see what's for my life instead of what isn't for my life. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Ima Sakari. Yes, yes. So many of us wish that we had that vision. The people could fly. I am grateful for the Most High's grace and mercy. I appreciate this day given to me. May the Most High be praised. But you'll be surprised how many don't appreciate the day that the Most High has blessed them with. So I can actually see where your acknowledgement to the Most High is coming from. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Sister Laurel, was that Sister Angie? Angel? Okay. All right, Sister Laurel. Shabbat Shalom, family. All praise to the Most High, sovereign for life. Look how she starts that. Shabbat Shalom. I'm surprised she didn't say Shalom Shabbat. Oh, she did, didn't she? Shalom Shabbat. I'm reading it wrong. Shalom Shabbat, family. All praises to the Most High, sovereign for life, health, protection, provisions, and all the opportunity to be here among his people who reverence and fear our great sovereign. Hallelujah. Okay, may the Most High be praised. That's what I'm talking about. Aim Kater says, I thank the Most High for his continued interest in the mundane lives of his children. I thank him for keeping me on track with his correction and discipline. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Total Rabbah. If the Most High ain't doing something to get your attention, then you need to just try harder. That's all. Just try harder. But definitely it is him who keeps us on track. All right, man, what's on your mind, man? What you want to say? Oh, yeah, give me a second.
No, I'm just listening.
Okay, all right, wonderful. May the Most High be praised. All right, Ima, what you want to say?
Shabbat Shalom with once again. Book told, may the Most High be praised for this day. Always giving thanks and praises to the Most High for making it to another Shabbat day. Because so many have not made it, and then those who have made it with different trepidations and illnesses and other things going on. So I'm grateful to the Most High for allowing me to wake up with all my working limbs, with my body intact, and even better than it was than when I went to sleep, for answering prayers through dreams and visions, for enlightenment, for all the blessings and his mercy that he places upon us, and his grace on a daily basis. So Todah the Most High for that. Also, all due respect and always giving praise and thanks to the Most High for my Horim, my parents, for all that they have done in this world, this life, for the legacies that they have left upon us. And thinking about that, tomorrow, October 27th, 1981, marks 44 years from the date that my family was raided by the FBI, the CIA, and the police in Mississippi. And just thinking that like 44 years, how much has gone on in my life in 44 years from that day. And just the impact that that one incident has had on my life and the life of my family. And just grateful that the Most High saw fit to protect each and every one of us on that day, to allow us to be able to be here, to speak about it, to teach others about, you know, the atrocities of this world, of this government rather, that they do, not just to people who stand up against or for the rights of ourselves, but for Black people in general. You know, even currently right now, like in Chicago, the ICE ratings in the Black community, you know, it's just the over exaggeration of authority that people have, and the abuse and the trauma that they place upon us as a people. So, you know, I'm just grateful to be able to witness and be here after that 44 years, in this 44th year rather, and to be able to reflect and continue to build and educate our people. I'm giving thanks and praise to the Most High for Maish, for his guidance, his messages that he puts into him daily as a leader, as a husband, as a father, as a nation builder, and asking that the Most High continue to be with him on his mission that he has him on every day, giving him grace and peace within and all the things that leadership needs that, you know, most times we take for granted. We look at leadership like, oh, you got it all together. But there's a lot of things that they need from us as a people when it comes time to patience and praying for their peace and well-being and their mental capacity, because it's a lot to uphold and to take care of and to do on a daily basis to make sure that you're doing what the Most High has set before you. So continuously asking the Most High to be with him and guide his tongue and his mind and his walk and his body. Giving thanks and praise to the Creator for my family that I have acquired through choice or by choice, and of course through blood, for my siblings, my children, those I bore, those I have not. And just giving thanks to the Most High for my sister wife, my sisters, for all those who I have bonded with in the sisterhood, and my elders, my Zakwanot, because living here in this world 9 years without my physical mother and having the Zakwanot in my presence has been a blessing. And so I'm thankful, and I give thanks to the Creator for that every day. Because no matter how old you get, you always need advisors. You need people amongst you with wisdom to be able to show you when you are in error. And sometimes just to be able to talk and listen and hear what they have to say, because we don't have all the answers. We're forever growing and learning. So I'm giving thanks to the Most High for that. And just thankful to the Most High for this land. You know, every day, as Maisha said, you know, it's a different experience here. And I'm thankful for just the growth that he has placed upon us, allowing us to see new and different things develop, allowing us to get the things that we need to be done to curate the land, beautify the land in the midst of having the Most High in our presence, so that we can continuously feel him and he can continuously be a part of what he has given us, what he has gifted to us, rather. I'm thankful, I guess I could say, for the last 2 weeks of having baby Kaz here. putting me in a different space as a mother again, with a almost 2-year-old. Definitely bringing up memories. I haven't had a child in my presence this young in 14 years. So it's like, woo, the resurgence of that energy that they put into you, to be on guard, to be on top of everything they're doing, just paying attention because they mimic everything you do. And they need a lot of nourishment and encouragement and reassurance. So I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing me to be able to do this, you know, for my sister wife and for my Ish in the time of need. And I just pray that the Most High continues to be with each and every one of us, that He blesses all those who are here right now and those who are come to hear later. And that, you know, we continue to call on His name to be righteous in our acts and our thoughts. And when we find ourselves with unrighteous acts and thoughts, that we plead to the Creator for mercy, that we ask Him to not just correct our behavior, but to remove it so that we don't repeat it. Because it's one thing to correct it and remove it, and then correct it, and then you repeat it. And so I just continuously pray for the Most High's guidance in all our lives. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. All right. Anyone else? Shabbat Shalom. Saloa Lewi. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Chelsea. May the Most High be with you. All right. Any other acknowledgments to the Most High? And while we're talking about the acknowledgments, family, you should also be searching out for your commandments. Also looking for your commandments to present. AJ Yisrael, Shabbat Shalom. AJ, Shabbat Shalom. Oh. Oh. No. Hi. May the Most High be praised.
That's me.
Yeah, I'm seeing something going on in my mind right now. I ain't all here, but I'm doing my best, trying to get it back together. All right. So anyone else like to thank the Most High? But listen, family, also be trying to get your commandments together, because your commandments is coming up next. All right. So no one else wants to thank the Most High. I like to thank the Most High. I got a whole lot to be grateful for. There's so much to thank the Most High for. Big, small, little, medium, in between, so many things. I'm grateful to the Creator for portions of His wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He just gives us portions of those things. He doesn't give us it all. But I'm grateful for it. Just last night, I came back from dropping somebody off last night. I had to take the brother that was working with me. I had to take him back home and drop him off. And when I came back, I approached the land. I got this feeling on me, this spirit that wasn't always there, but it was there then. And as I pulled up to the gate, I went through the gate. I sat at the gate for a little while, just reminiscing and thanking the Creator, for all His blessings that He does for us, man. It's so much. The Creator is so good to us, and too often we overlook the power and the blessings of the Creator in our lives. We take it for granted in a lot of instances, and we just overlook it. And then we sitting back talking about feeling sad till I ain't got nothing, I ain't got no money, I ain't got this, but you got everything else you need. And some of the things that you want. So I'm just grateful, man. I rode up on the land and I just looked around as I was driving, man, and I was so grateful, you know, for the things, the physical things that I saw. Because I know with those physical things that we have, that we possess now, it all came at a price. And that price that we had to pay to get all that was the pleasures of this world that we decided we gonna do without to serve this king. All this has come at the hand of the Creator. And then somebody might come around here and think we ain't doing nothing, ain't got nothing, and ain't nothing achieving. But I don't see it that way, because I remember when we first got here, it wasn't but dirt and trees. And now we have a lot more going on than dirt and trees. And I'm grateful and I'm thankful. You know, within the last 60 to 90 days, we have made tremendous progress. And we're continuously making tremendous progress. As long as we continue to stay obedient to the Most High, to the best of our ability, I have no doubt in my mind that by this time next year, we'll be sitting on that much more able to help people, supply the needs of the people, feed the people, house the people, clothe the people, because that's what this is all about, supplying for the Most High's people. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So I'm grateful, family. Very grateful. Lionheart. Shabbat shalom, babe. Shabbat shalom. Would you like to thank the Most High? Oh, he gone. Yeah, he left out. I guess he must have left out before I put him in. Or maybe he got bad reception. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So here we go. Is there anyone else who'd like to thank the Most High for anything special at this time? If not, let's start posting them commandments. All right. And Katir, put a commandment up. Leviticus 18:9. All right, let's see what Leviticus 18:9 says. Leviticus 18:9. Leviticus 18:9 says, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness shall thou not uncover. Very good commandment, Ain. But let's talk about that, because you just opened the opportunity up for another conversation. Let's talk about that for a minute. I'm gonna read the commandment one more time, and then we're gonna have that conversation. Y'all ready? Leviticus 18:9. And Leviticus 18:9 says, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, whether she is born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness shall thou not uncover. And Keter says, sexual relations between siblings, whole or half, is against Torah. DNA testing should be considered for potential relationships when uncertain of close kinship in question. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. So let's talk for a second. What this is talking about is sexual intercourse, as Aim Keter has brought up. It's talking about sexual intercourse between a male and a female. In today's world, we have a lot of relationships where a man will have children, will marry a woman who has children. And those two will now be raised as brothers and sisters, but in fact, they're not brothers and sisters. a lot of those children will grow up falling in love with each other. But the majority of us today, because I know how we think, I know our standards, a lot of us will say that that relationship is forbidden, but it's not forbidden according to Torah. The only thing that would be forbidden according to Torah is that that man's son don't be with his wife. You can't do that, and can't look upon her in any unclean manner. But his new wife's daughter, who has a different father and a different mother, we got a lot of blended families today. And in that situation, for those two children to come up together, wanting to be together, a lot of us will see that as sickness. And I'm not going to say that you don't have the right to do so. But when we really peel back the layers, what really is the issue with that? The problem is that the mother and father found themselves before the daughter and son found themselves. Now, I'm not talking about two children that was raised up in a household and became adults and decide they want to be married. I can't really, legally, I can't even say that that's a problem. But morally, dealing with how we see things as men and women today, yeah, that would be an issue. But scripturally, we can't really say that that's a problem because it's not a violation of the law in the sight of the Most High. These two was raised as brothers and sisters. They got two different mothers, two different fathers. Their mother and father just met when they was 15 years old. So what really is the issue? Pop got a wife. Now he brought me his. Matter of fact, I know a Moray right now. I mean, he ain't even a Moray, he's an elder in Israel today who found a wife and his son found a wife. I know that today, but they're all grown. They're all grown. They're a different age now. So I understand and I fully understand. But when you're not married, and we tend to think that something is wrong with it, but really it's not. There's really nothing wrong with it according to law. Biologically, scientifically, there's nothing wrong with it. Morally, our morals is based off of the principles of what we accept and what we don't accept as a society today. So that has the society's view have shaped our morality today. And that's how we see things. But righteously and spiritually, according to the Almighty and scientifically, there's nothing wrong with those people coming together. Nothing at all. And let's just keep it dealing with scripture. Aim pulled up a very good scripture. And that was Leviticus 18 and 9. And Leviticus 18 and 9 says, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. Aim suggests that if there is a suspicion that this might be your brother or sister, that you go get a DNA test to verify whether it's true or not. And then you two decide whether you're able to come together. But I just thought that conversation was a very good conversation. I know I have a family member. Again, morally, we see these things as wrong. But in spirituality, in righteousness, it's not the case. I had a cousin who had gotten, he was in the hospital. He was dying of some type of illness in his stomach, some kind of, I think he had stomach cancer or something, young guy. He ended up passing away. May the Most High bless his memory. But while he was in the hospital, two of my cousins, well, one of my cousins and one of my nieces would go down to the hospital and stay with him frequently. just to make sure he was all right, make sure he got the proper treatment. It was almost like a 24-hour round the clock type thing. Well, my cousin ended up marrying my niece. They're Islamic, and they had an Islamic wedding. And a lot of the family shunned it. A lot of the family said, no, this can't be. This is something that shouldn't be. We can't have that. A lot of the family shunned it. But I couldn't shun it because the law doesn't say that that's a violation.
Right. It's actually something that was done.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, that's how we came about.
Yeah.
I couldn't say anything. I couldn't argue with that. Now, morally, we say, oh, no, that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be. But righteously, dealing with the laws of the Almighty, that is totally permissible for a cousin to marry a cousin. I mean, a niece. It's totally permissible. There's no issues, no quarrels. And that's how our nation became a nation. So all of the men in my family that was spiritually inclined, we couldn't, was nothing we can say. But the women in my family that was emotionally attached had a problem, and they got upset, and they decided that they're going to make a ruckus about this because the cousins, they were cousins, but they were second cousins. But my niece and my cousin who got married, morally, the women are saying that it is wrong, but that's not what the law says.
Right.
So we didn't bring it up. They eventually, man, you know what? I don't even ever think they got divorced. You know what they did? This is what happened. My cousin, this is funny, but I'm gonna tell you, my cousin he was a fugitive from the law. He was running from the law. My cousin was fugitive. My niece, her mother called the cops on my cousin and got him arrested. He went to court. He went to jail. He was in the house, staying in the house with his wife, his new wife. My sister was so hurt by the relationship that her cousin married her daughter that she called the cop. My sister might be watching right now, and she's probably laughing right now because she got even, so she say, how she feel. But she called the cops on him, and the police came and arrested him. So I don't ever think he divorced his niece. I don't think they ever got a divorce. His cousin. Yes. That's deep, man. The way that relationships go today and how morally, we get so morally convicted that it supersedes the law in our lives and in our minds today. That's deep. All right. So let's go, family. Let's go.
You want the next law?
Yes, the next commandment, please. I think Sister Laurel was next, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Today's Torah is Exodus. Torah reading is Shemot, Exodus, chapter 15, verse 16. That's a very good one.
26.
Okay. All right. We're going to Exodus chapter 15, and we go to verse 26. And it says, and said, if thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Most High, your Elohim, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Most High that healeth thee. That's thee. All right, let's see what she says. The key to health and well-being is a relationship with the Most High, who promises protection and healing from disease throughout obedience to his law. Wow, isn't it easy to love the Most High? May the Most High be praised. Let me tell you another key to this. Another key to this is by obeying the laws of the Most High, a lot of those diseases will be diverted from you because of certain things that the Most High say you can and cannot eat. That's simple. I mean, above the extra obedience in obeying him and being rewarded for it, above that, just by following the diet that the Most High placed on record for us to follow, a lot of the diseases and sicknesses that everybody else gets can be averted from your life. Watch this, for example. Pork. Pork contains a worm called the trichinaea worm. And the heat would have to get, I believe it's around 500 degrees to kill the trichinaea worm. So when you cook your food, you're cooking at 120, 130 degrees, sometimes 200 degrees. But if you put it in the oven, it might be 400, 450, somewhere in that area. That trichinaea worm is still alive. And you eating it. And that worm gets into your body and spread. Well, look up and see what diseases you get from pork, eating a lot of pork or eating pork, period. You'll be surprised of the different illnesses, sicknesses, and diseases that you can get from pork. And guess what? The black people lead in those diseases. Our people lead in we are the number one cases in heart attack, stroke, kidney failure, lung failure, brain damage. All these things come from eating pork. All these different diseases come from you consuming something that the Most High told you not to consume. Rabbits, certain type of worms exist in those things. All those they're unclean. And the Most High prohibits us from eating those things. But guess what? What else you eat that the Most High prohibits you from eating, that you eat it and you say, Prince, I don't care what you say, it's that chicken. Chicken is unclean as well. And in law, it says you're not supposed to do these things, eat these types of birds, but they're going to have it in code so that you can't really understand what it's saying. But in reality, what's happening is look at the reports of the effects of chicken on human life today. And look at all the diseases and sicknesses that are coming from the chicken fowl that we're consuming today and how it's killing us. Not just salmonella, a whole lot of heart disease, blood disease, all types of infections are coming from chicken that a lot of people eat, not you all, because y'all listen to your spiritual leader. Prince say, you ain't supposed to do that. He showed you the law. He had a whole class on it. You understand. But a lot of our people are still consuming chicken on a heavy basis, and it's killing us. Part of the reason is that because it's unclean. And so many of us refuse to acknowledge that chicken is unclean. I had a conversation with a brother telling him that chicken was unclean. He disputes me. Prince, chicken ain't unclean. Chicken ain't unclean. Antoine Harrell, my brother. So he goes out and he researches for himself. He comes back and he tells me, you know what, Prince? I couldn't find a chicken, but I did find a turkey. Turkey is unclean as well. He's absolutely right. Turkey is another thing that is unclean that we should not be consuming. We have to pay special attention to the things that we're eating. And if we do, then what Sister Laurel put in her commandment would be carefully taken care of. Today's Torah. The key to health and well-being is a relationship with the Most High, who promised protection and healing from diseases throughout obedience to his law. Therefore, if we stop consuming the foods that the Most High told us not to consume, we could prolong our days. There are so many cancers that are tied to chicken. Do you know cancers are parasites, and parasites come through by way of meat? And chicken is one of the #1 meats that allows transmissions of parasites by consuming it. And every Israelite function that I go to, the Israelites got piles and piles of chicken, slave food, piled up on the table. Slave food, because they remember in their slave days, we are addicted to the bird. We're addicted to it. Go get some quail. Go get something that's clean. Go get the quail. You know, I'm sure there's other birds that are acceptable, but the one that I know off the hook is the quail. Matter of fact, the Most High fed us quail in the garden, manna and quail. He gave us that when we was in the wilderness. But so many of our people are addicted to chicken, they refuse to let it go. Even if they see the evidence, they refuse to let it go. Chickens are in the vulture family. The European ain't going to tell you that. You know why? Because they make $7 billion a minute off of chicken. I believe it's a minute. $7 billion a minute, I believe it is, off of the sale of chicken. They can't even keep up with the supply of chicken right now, so they got to clone chicken, make chicken in a laboratory, and sell it to you in places like KFC and Kentucky Fried Chicken and those types of places, Popeyes and McDonald's and all those places. They selling you cloned meat. Chick-fil-A, #1, Chick-fil-A. Everyone I go to, they got lines around the block. That ain't just regular chicken. That's some special scientific ingredient that they put in that chicken, making those people. Man, listen, when you see that movie, and I've been teaching this for a long time, since Euclid Street days. And a lot of y'all don't go back to Euclid Street. I've been teaching this about chicken since Euclid Street. And they just came out with a movie called They Cloned Tyrone. Y'all remember that movie, They Cloned Tyrone? Y'all know they be letting us know a lot of stuff in the movies, right? They say it's in the chicken. The stuff that they was using to poison the people was in the chicken. But that's just the movie saying that. Prince telling you, let the Most High tell you. Look it up. Let the Most High tell you. All right. May the Most High be praised. We're going to move off of that now. Deuteronomy chapter 22:5. Sister Angel, you gave us your commandment. You got to give us your explanation. Okay. Deuteronomy 22 and verse 5. Okay. The women shall not wear that. This is a very good scripture. Boy, I tell you, this is a very good scripture. The women shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. For all that do so are an abomination unto the Most High, thy Elohim. Very good. Very good. Let's see, where is that? All right. This is what she says. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto the man, neither shall the man put. She just repeated the same thing. Okay. Sister Angel, what you have to do is give your explanation of that commandment. But I appreciate you for putting that up there. Yeah, you got to give your explanation of that commandment. So let's talk about it for a minute. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth to a man. Now, this is my opinion of this matter. This part is my opinion. I don't understand that the Most High, in my understanding, is not that the Most High is saying your wife can't wear your boxers around your house. Your wife can't wear your t-shirt to sleep in at night. I don't think that's where the Most High is coming from. In my opinion, and it's just my opinion, the Most High is speaking for the purpose of deception. Like in the streets today, how you have a lot of women dressing up like men trying to be portrayed as a man. And then you got a lot of males dressing up like females, trying to be passed off as a woman. In my opinion, that's where the father's coming from. For the purpose of deception, that's what I can see. I don't think, in my opinion, that the Most High is saying my wife can't wear my clothes around the house to sleep in at night because she feels comfortable or she wants to be attached to me in some type of way. Matter of fact, I think that's a beautiful thing. That shows that your wife really wants you upon her. I would suggest that that's, to me, that's what it would mean. But there's a lot of people who believe that women shouldn't wear pants because pants was made for men. And in reality, that's not true. Women shouldn't wear pants because pants are masculine. That's not why women shouldn't wear pants, because they was made for men, because pants wasn't first made for men. Pants was first made for women. Women would be on their menstrual cycle, and they created pants to protect from the dom from running down the leg or from being exposed. So they had pants created for women, and it was first made in China. The Chinese or the Japanese, I believe it was the Chinese, were the first ones who made what they call pants, and those pants was first made for women. That was the research that I've done many years ago. But I am opposed to women wearing pants out in the public. Yes, I am. In my opinion, here in our community, our women don't wear pants. We ask that our women do not wear pants in our community at all. No pants. Our elder women or our young women, no women wear pants. All our women wear dresses and skirts. They dress feminine. But to tell a woman that pants was made for men would be inaccurate information, because pants was made for women first and not men. But it has become a masculine thing. And when you look at pants, pants gives the woman a masculine view. They look masculine, even with pants on. All right, we got a couple questions popping up in the room. I guess I didn't. What do you mean it's not questions? I'm looking at something that says a question. What does that say? If pants was made for women, why do we say it's masculine for us to wear? The appearance, because of what it has become. It's because of what it has become, not the fact that it was made for women, because it was made for women first. But we're not Chinese. It was made for Chinese women. But we're not Chinese. We're Hebrew. All right, let me see what this says. Along with the movie, they cloned Tyrone. A few years ago, there was a black brother who designed clothes, and he realized that a big-time designer company such as Dolce & Gabbana, but I forgot which one. He called this company out. The company flew him out. Next thing you know, there's a wax figure of him. Oh, wow, in the windowsill. So nobody ever heard from that guy again?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure if I just tried to look it up and it's not coming up. This was about, I want to say 5 to 7 years ago, maybe even a bit longer than that. It was a big thing on the internet for a while, but of course then it died down. So I actually forget if no one ever heard from him again, but there were videos of actual people going to wherever that company was overseas who had access to actually go to the store, and they would actually record and say, is this a real person? Because it looks real. Now, of course, there are actual wax figurine companies, right, that actually do make wax figurines that look real, right? It's supposed to look real. But people found out that the company actually flew the brother out. And that's why there was so much question. I probably have to look a little bit deeper to see if he was found again, or if, if he was heard from. But at the time, people didn't hear from him. And that's why there was this conspiracy that he actually, they actually killed him, because it was a big design company, a really big, like, Dolce & Gabbana, all those. It was like a really big, famous design company. And they don't like to be called out for stealing the designs of other people, especially Black people. But we know that Fendi, for example, takes the designs of tribes from Africa all the time. So.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Ishi, I need you to look up, go to our live classes and find the link for the class we gave on chicken. Whether Hebrews can eat chicken. Can Hebrews eat chicken? And post that link here in the room, please.
You mean go to the YouTube page?
Yeah, go to the YouTube page and find the link for Can Hebrews Eat Chicken? And then post that link here so that people can go there and view the class that we gave. We gave scientific information. We gave scriptural information. We backed it up in every way we can back it up. About the chicken. That class will tell you about different foods you can and cannot eat. All right. Now, my brother right here, Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom, bro. Shabbat Shalom, brother Benjamin. It says Undercover Brother is another movie where it was in the chicken. Oh, man, I got to look at that. Undercover Brother. I don't remember what Undercover Brother was about, but I'll check it out.
It wasn't about homosexuality.
Homosexuality?
It wasn't. It was a good movie.
I never thought that. Yeah. Please, what brothers and sisters had a class on forbidden foods not to eat? All right, we're going to bring it out here for you, sis, so that you can see it. The different foods we can and cannot eat. All right. What about the Indian garments that women wear, that the top garment covers their backside, but the bottoms are pants? Is that still masculine? No, I wouldn't think that was masculine at all. If the sisters want to wear pants and they got a long skirt or long dress or something covering it up, that's not a problem. That's not an issue. They can wear pants underneath of their dress or their skirt if they choose to. So I wouldn't have a... Why don't you come up so they can hear you?
I was just saying the garment that I was speaking about doesn't necessarily cover the pants. It does cover it. Most times it comes here.
To the ankle, to the knees.
Yeah,
to the knees. Yeah. Yeah, that's a different. Well, we'll see. But Sister Angel says, please have patience with me. I'm learning how this all works. I will be very patient with you. And if there's ever a time when you feel like I'm not being patient with you, please just pull my coat and say, Prince, you're not being patient. And then I will do my best to slow it down because I understand. And I actually start teaching class like if nobody knows anything, just so that we'll fill in those who don't know with the proper information. May the Most High be praised. All right. Are there any other commandments? Ben, you got a commandment you want to present? Any other commandments? Anybody else want to present a commandment? Ishi, you have a commandment? Anyone, you got a commandment?
Yes.
Yeah, probably so.
Okay. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. My commandment can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 21, verse 1 through, I believe it's 4.
Why don't you come right here? It sounds like it's a little...
Okay. Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 21, verses 1 through 4. And it reads, if one be found slain in the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee, we both can't read. To to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who have smitten him. Verse 2. Then thy elders and thy judges shall come forth.
No man. Shakir.
Shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain. Verse 3. And it shall be that the city which is nearest unto the slain take a heifer of the herd, which have not been wrought with, and which have not drawn in the yoke. And the elders of that city shall bring down the heifer unto a rough valley, which may neither be plowed nor sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. So I'm gonna stop there because it's a really long law. But what I understood from that, from reading that, is if a man be found slain, or a man, it's like a woman, but if a man be found, if one be found slain, that's what it says, and nobody knows who did it, the elders and the judges come together, and then they find the place closest to where that man was slain, and they go to those elders and they have to find a heifer, and they said the heifer has to be one that has not been wrought or yoked, means a young heifer. One that hasn't been wrought, meaning, in my opinion, like with another, I guess, a male cow, right?
I'm listening.
I guess one that hasn't been touched, like a young heifer, meaning new virgin heifer, pure animal. And then it should be brought to a land, and it says a land that wasn't plowed or tilled, so it should just be brought to a barren land, like a place of that, is not touched. And then it should there be, I'm sorry, I'm reading and trying to catch up what I was doing. They shall break the heifer's neck there. So I feel like that is a sign where it's showing us of what they did to, I guess, kind of give some type of judgment, or I guess sacrifice for that one that found slain, but nobody knows who have done it, because it's basically saying like it's unknown, it's an unknown murder, it's unfounded. Of course, if you read further, it talks about the priest and what the priest and the sons of Levi shall do in that manner. But to me, it just shows. It's. I always look at when I read these laws, of how some of the laws we see now in this day and time, when it comes to when they're trying to a person murdered and they don't know who. Of course, they don't go to the depths of getting a heifer and things like that. But they researched. They went around to try to see where this person was from, to try to at least get some answers. And I think that's one of the things that when I first read it, the first thought that came to my mind was that they investigated. They didn't just assume, they didn't just blame someone. It was an investigation that was thought out, and it was done by the elders and judges, those who are appointed, not just by random people. So, but that's it. That's all.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. And that's a good one. If they did that type of investigation today, that's more like a spiritual investigation. A lot more cases will be solved. I tell you what they do a lot of times today in searching for spiritual investigations. They go get soothsayers or those people who they say can see the future and whatever that is. But they do get a little bit spiritual with it. It's just that they're not using the right energy, the Most High's energy. All right. So this is the link for the class on the chicken episode.
Yeah, but it's not gonna.
It's not working?
I'll tell it. When a person does it themselves, it doesn't work. So I told her to send it to me, and then I'll post it from
Oh,
the
okay.
background.
Okay. All right, let's see what Sister Angel is speaking of. I used to wear men's pants back in the day just for fashion, but I began to feel masculine, so I stopped wearing men's pants. Now, when I wear pants, I under a long dress culturally. Wonderful. May the Most High be praised. See, that's how you know this was for you. That's how you know this was for you. This was meant for you. Ima, could you send me the link for the, text me the link in my text for the chicken class? KJ wants me to post it on the link, the family link.
Sure. I'm sending it.
What happened?
She's sending it to me.
Okay, well, have her send me a copy too. I guess she can hear me talking, so yeah, that's fine. Did we miss any commandments? Did anybody give a commandment that we missed?
Oh, let me see. She has hers.
Okay. Ishi, if you got your commandment, could you post it, please? Or come on the screen and say your commandment.
Shabbat Shalom, beloved. My commandment is Bereshit, chapter 9, verse 6, Genesis. And it reads, Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed, for in the image of the Most High made he man. This is in the same chapter where the Most High tells Noah and his family right after the flood, do not eat the blood thereof, be fruitful and multiply. It's in that same chapter. And I believe that the Creator is saying, if you murder someone, I can only assume that sheddeth blood means murder in this case. If you murder someone, then by the hand of man, then by the hand of man, it shall be done unto you as well. Because we know murder is against the Creator's laws. It is a crime. It is against the Creator to murder someone. Not accidentally kill, but to murder, which means that you unlawfully and unrighteously took away that person's life, that lifeblood, that you took away something that was not yours to take. You stole someone's life in the most gruesome way possible. It is against the Creator to murder. So whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood also be shed. For in the Creator, in the image of the Most High, made he man. He honors and loves his creation. It is not yours to take away on purpose, aka murder. Shabbat Shalom.
All right, man, Most High be praised. Don't go nowhere. So is that just saying murder someone or just kill someone, period?
In this scripture, I think this is King James on my phone. It says sheddeth man's blood. So I'm not sure.
Go to the Hebrew. Go to your Hebrew scripture where it says shed. Look up and see if it says murder or kill. Be'iri. Do you have the Hebrew there in your book?
I have to go to the Blue Letter Bible on my phone. 1 second.
I want you to go look all that up and then come back and let us know.
Okay.
All right. Total Rabbah. All right. And they are women's pants. After doing so, I felt a great difference in how it makes me feel. Okay. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. Are there any more commandments? Do we have any other commandments?
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead.
The word for shed is it. I'm not sure what these letters HA210. The word for shed is sapach. I'm sorry. It says shafak. At least that's what this says how to say it. It's a verb. And the first meaning says to pour out, to spill, to pour out, to shed, to pour out in anger, specifically in anger of heart. That's what it says. And then it just says continuing to gush out, to pour out, right? So that's what it says. So I'm assuming, again, it's in the spirit of murder, because it does say to also pour out in anger of heart.
Okay.
That's that's like the third definition of it.
Okay. And that word is shafak?
It's spelled S-A-P-A-K, and it says pronunciation is shafak.
Okay. All right. May the Most High be praised. So it's pretty much saying if you murder someone, then that's where the problem comes in at. If you murder someone, but it doesn't use the word murder. I'm surprised. So if you take the life of someone unjustifiably, then that's when this law comes into play. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. All right, Aim Katir, is that you? Can you murder your brother by trying to bring them down with your mouth unjustly? Well, you can murder certain things about his life, I'm sure. You can murder his character, his personality. You can murder those things, but you're not really taking his life by bringing him down, unless through your words you caused his death, which means that somebody else took his life through your words. May the Most High be praised. My verse was Deuteronomy 30. Imam Sukari says, my verse was Deuteronomy 30 and 15 instead of 20. Okay, let me see. Deuteronomy 30 and 15. 30 and 15 instead of 20 and 13. 30 and 15. Deuteronomy 30 and 15 says, see, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. Okay, so what is that? Let me scroll back up and see where you at, what you gave. Okay. Oh, life and good and death and evil. The Most High clearly expresses the difference of life's dynamics. Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. He expresses the difference. But see, even in that, he gives you a hint. He tells you to choose life. You know, he gives you a hint in that. And tries to tell you to choose life, that you shall not perish. You know, he don't want you to die. He wants you to live. All right. Are there any other commandments? Does anyone else have any other commandments? Are there any other commandments? Bain, are you present? Did you have a commandment you wanted to give? Shalom, 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 shalom. All right, so if there's no more commandments, we're going to go to today's lesson. The man of the Creator has come here. The man of the Most High has come here. Let's go with the lesson. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to rock and roll? Did we get all the commandments out the way? Because I know sometimes there's like a few seconds delay, a few minutes delay in what you might be hearing. If you tune in late, you'll get a little bit of a delay on the class. But if you tune in on time, you'll be right on speed with us. So are there any other commandments? Any other commandments? No other commandments. We're going to move forward. We're going to get started with today's lesson. We're going to get started with today's lesson. So before we begin, can you please like, share, go out, subscribe, bring in the classes to everybody. Like, share the page, invite people in. Let's see if we can get up to 5,000 people today. Let's see if we can get this class popping to 5,000 people today. All right. So go like, share, go down your whole message list and share with everybody you know and see if we can get this thing going. All right. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm sharing on my page to see who I can get to come in. If all these people will come and listen to the class and these great lessons that Prince is teaching today. You know, this stuff is valuable information. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Let's share the page. Let me know when you finish, family, so we can get started. Share the page, like, share, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe, please. Ring the bell, and every time we go live, when you ring the bell, it lets you know that we're live. So if I don't give you a link, if I don't text you a link on Shabbat, if you turn into your YouTube page, you'll see the link will pop up automatically to let you know that we're live. Then you can hit that button and you'll go straight to the live and it'll pull you right in. Sometimes I'll be so overwhelmed that I don't get everybody that I'll be wanting to invite in. So please forgive me if I didn't hit you on time and in a respectful time and remind you of the class. But that's what you can do if you want to come in and Prince don't hit you in an appropriate time. We do have a sister here, Sister Nina. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Nina. Sister Nina, and I'm not promoting work on the Shabbat day. I'm just going to give her a shout out because that's who she is. If she's present on the line today, Sister Nina is a realtor in Ohio who helped us unceasingly, gave devoted and dedicated hours of her days with us to walk around throughout Ohio to search for housing and opportunity, investment opportunity. Sister Nina, she's present here. I believe she's present here. But I would just like to give her a shout out. Sister Nina, if you can type your name in the room, maybe somebody can link up with you later who might need your services in another time, not today, but maybe another time, just to let them know who you are and how to contact you. Maybe if we can, don't put your advertisement, your phone number for your work in the link. If you are here, don't put your phone number for the link, because that'd be like we trying to get you some work, and I don't want to do that in that manner on today. But I would like people to know that we do have a person that's an Israelite who does those things. If you ever need something in the Ohio area, she can help you, Sister Nina, if she's present. You know, so we do have a tremendous amount of resources to help our people to overcome a lot of the suffering and affliction that we're going through. All right. We do have Israelite people. Reach out to me, because if you need my assistance, I'm going to assist you. But we do have a lot of Israelite people who can help in a lot of areas in just everyday problems that you might be going through. So what I'm saying is, if it's any of you, if you have any of those everyday problems, or you need any help in any areas of life, reach out to me. If Prince can help, Prince can help. I'll put you in touch with certain people that can help as well. All right? You don't have to be going through these things by yourself. You don't have to be suffering by yourself. That's what leadership is for. Leadership is to help to remove the burden off of the people. That's what leadership is all about. You find that in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42. Ima Dereshia says, Shabbat Shalom. This commandment is our salvation and Jacob's seed, not a flesh being or any other root given for our salvation. Please read 2 Chronicles 7:12-14. Commandments, our salvation is so simple. Okay. 2 Samuel 7:12-14. Let me pull it up, please. 2 Samuel 7, verse 12 to 14. Are y'all ready? And it reads, and when thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build an house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. If he commit iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men, and with the stripes of the children of men. Okay, is that what you wanted me to read, sis? May the Most High be praised. She says, all praises to the Most High, Sister Deracia, Ima Deracia. Ima Deracia. All right. And that's her comment. All praise to the great I am. Chronicles, 2 Chronicles. What did I pull up? I pull up 2 Samuel. Well, I tell you what, 2 Chronicles explain what happened in 2 Samuel explains what happened in 2 Chronicles. So please forgive me. I pulled up the wrong scripture, y'all. But 2 Chronicles, 2 Samuel's set the pretext for 2 Chronicles. So while I was thinking 2 Chronicles in my mind, I pulled up 2 Samuel's, but it was all good because they all tie together. All right. 2 Chronicles chapter 7. And it says, and the Most High appeared to Solomon by night. Solomon was the one that the first chapter in 2 Samuel that I read about, when Most High told David that he would take his son and cause him to build the temple, and he will be a son to him as long as he served him. He was talking about King Samuel, King Shlomo. Shlomo made a prayer to the Most High, and how the children of Israel, once they go into captivity, how they can have their sins forgiven of them. And this is what she's reading, what I'm going to be reading, that the sister that Ima promoted. And the Most High appeared unto Shlomo by night and said unto him, I have heard thy prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. It says, if I shut up heaven that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. May the Most High be praised. You might can hear that. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And that was her portion for today for us to read. This, what I would like to say is thank you for that commandment, or for that portion of the commandment, but that's not, I have to say, this is what the Most High had to say. All right? May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Any other commandments? No one has asked any questions. All right. Bang, bang. Aliyah, Shabbat Shalom. Karut, are you present? Okay, he's not present. He's not. He might be in his class. I'm not sure. Shabbat Shalom, bang. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you. I was going to holler out to you to Karut because he's here. But I think he's
I'm listening.
Okay, you see Elijah? You see Elijah on the side? Well, you might not see him. But you remember Elijah, right?
King.
Yeah. Have you spoken to him recently?
No.
All right. Well, I'm gonna make sure y'all speak. I'm gonna get it. I got his number. I'm gonna send you his number later, so y'all can bust it up, talk, get caught up with some things.
But I am getting ready to depart, though, Abba.
Okay, that's
I have
cool.
to get up tomorrow.
That's
Y'all have a
good.
blessing. Everybody enjoy their Shabbat. Shalom, shalom.
All right. Shalom. May the Most High be with you. All right. Shalom, shalom. All right, so let's get started, family. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Now we got a lot to talk about right now. We're getting ready to get into this message. The man of the Creator has come here. That's the name of the lesson today. When we last did our reading, we left off in 2 Kings chapter 6, I believe it was 7. I believe we left off in 7. And we left off with talking about the famine and how there was a famine in the land. The price of things was crazy high, and how the children of Israel, they have brought this one lady had accused this other lady of saying, we can eat my son today and we'll eat your son tomorrow, and how she deceived her. That's how bad things was in the land at that time. And that was chapter 7. And we're picking up on 2 Samuel's chapter 8, verse 1 now. So we're going to pick up on 2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 1. Remember, family, what is the name of the lesson today? The man of the Creator has come here. Let's see how that fits in on the lesson. And being Aliyah, you know that anytime you want to come and do a presentation, you're welcome to come. You're welcome to do a presentation. Anytime you welcome to come, just let me know, and we'll make sure that happens. May the Most High be praised. Shalom, shalom. Now Elisha had said to the woman whose son he had restored to life, arise and depart with your household. Now, when I was reading this, I got to share with you now, because when I was reading this, I found some very interesting things. You know, there's some power in these scriptures that goes beyond what we are accustomed to seeing and hearing and doing. It's some power here. And a lot of times we don't take the full impact of what's being presented to us through these scriptures. So I'm going to walk with you real carefully and slowly, and I'm going to pull out some of the key points and elements of these scriptures that we most likely take for granted often. But let's touch on it. And I want to thank my lovely sister Laurel for my shroud that she has blessed me with. You see that with the Hebrew? She's blessed me with it, and I'm so grateful. Thank you, sis. May the Most High be praised. My sister Laurel has given that to me. Oh, there she is, Nina. Shabbat shalom, Sister Nina. Shabbat shalom. I was introducing you to the family, just letting people know that we do have somebody in the Ohio area who is willing to help them in the real estate department. Not that I wanted you to push your number here, right, or anything, but I wanted to have it so that the people could be able to contact you after Shabbat if they're looking for real estate in the Ohio area. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, let's get started. Let's get started. Here we go. Y'all got y'all thinking caps on. Take some deep breaths. Let that air get inside you, because I need your brain to function. We get ready to go deep. The man of the Creator has come. And now we're going to get it in. Now Elisha has said to the woman whose son he had restored to life. In the last chapter, you remember he brought the young woman's child back to life. He said to the woman, arise and depart with your household and sojourn wherever you can, for the Most High has called for a famine, and it will come upon the land for 7 years. First thing I want to point out is this. There was no man involved in that situation. The Most High, his messenger went to a woman, spoke to the woman who was responsible for her household. So I'm saying this because in certain situations, there will be women who will be single parents. If my memory don't serve me well, this lady's husband died, so she was married. It wasn't like she was just out committing all types of lawless acts. She was married, he died, and now she was left with the household of raising the child. Now I'm trying to think. No, her husband was alive. Her husband was alive, if I'm not mistaken. He was old. I think he was old. I have to go back to make sure. But I don't want you thinking that it's okay to be a single woman just out sexing men in the streets, getting impregnated, having babies, and raising them on your own. Everything that I just said is out of order when you're dealing with righteousness. But I want you to know that as a woman, the Most High speaks with you as well. A lot of people will teach you contrary to that. Prince won't teach you that, because I know that the Most High deals with our sisters, our women. I know that he don't leave them out of the equation. I know that he speaks to them, and a lot of times he speaks to them to get to us, to give us messages that he may want to have for us, that he may want to teach us. And in this particular instance, this woman was special to the Creator because she dedicated her life to the Most High. Not only because she dedicated her life, but I want you to know some of the things that how she viewed the man of the Most High. She took special care to supply the needs of Elisha. She saw, matter of fact, her and her husband saw him coming through town quite frequently, realized he didn't have a place to stay. So they went on their roof and they built a place on their roof for him to live in. Her and her husband. The Most High didn't peep one word to the husband, but he did all this that he did through that woman. He dealt with that woman. And through that woman, blessings was able to come on their household. That's not to say that that woman or the man wasn't worshiping the Most High or serving the Most High. We're not saying that. All I'm saying right now is that through the means of a righteous woman, a family can receive blessings from the Creator. This woman, I'm not saying that the man wasn't righteous. It was because of his righteousness that that woman would have received what she did. That's a large possibility. But the woman that we know in this conversation, every time the Most High dealt with that woman and with that household, he went through that woman to deal with that household. I'm not saying that that's the only way that the Most High do it or the best way that the Most High do it. But what I'm saying is that a lot of times, women, the Most High will bring a message through you to get through to your husband. And if you don't have a husband, he will bring a message through you to get through to your family so that your family will be preserved, so that your family will be taken care of. All right? That's all I'm saying. There's a whole lot of way I could go in this conversation, but I don't want to start all that because I don't want to open all those doors. All I'm saying is because I hear a lot of women say that book is a male chauvinistic book. The Most High don't deal with women. See, he always dealing with the man. It's always in the man's favor. But in this relationship right here, he ain't even talking to the husband. He dealing with the woman. In the situation with Samson and his birth, Manoah, the Most High didn't reveal anything to Manoah. He revealed everything to Manoah's wife. Now, Manoah was a righteous man, just like this man was a righteous man. But when the Most High brought his revelation that he needed to bring, he brought it through that man's wife. And that's why a man and his woman must be on one accord. All right? Arise and depart with your household and sojourn wherever you can, for the Most High has called for a famine. The Most High has brought destruction upon Israel. The Most High has called for a famine. That means that the Most High is going to bring calamity in the lives of so many Israelites. I want you to know this right now, family. Any suffering that you're feeling, any pain that you're going through, any misery that's taking place in your life, the Most High has allowed it to come. Your job is to figure out why the Most High has allowed it to come. Usually, when the Most High does these things, it's because there's uncleanness that he needs to get cleaned. He needs to rid the evil out of the community, out of the people, out of your mind. And sometimes it will come that way as an individual, where the Most High will allow some type of calamity to happen in your life to improve you, to make you better, or so that you can improve and make better the life of someone else. The Most High don't bring calamity just to punish you and to hurt and harm and destroy you. He doesn't do that. He does it to improve you, to make you better. So I always teach this. Any tragedy that you have in your life, whatever the tragedy may be, no matter how horrendous it may appear, always search for the lesson in that message. Always look for the reason why the Creator allowed what he has allowed to happen. Always ask yourself that. Always. Because the Most High doesn't do things in vain. Everything he do is for your betterment. You have to gravitate toward the type of lens that it takes to be able to see what the message is that the Most High is trying to give you. We tend to, as a people, we tend to always look for the negative in a situation. Oh, he only did this because of this. She only said that because of this. It's always something negative. How about if we turn it around and try to look for the beauty in it? How about if we begin to look for things through a different lens and look for the benefit that we could benefit out of it, or the message that we can learn from it, as opposed to always looking for the negative? Because it works that way. So the Most High, so the woman arose and did according to the word of the man of Ha Elohim. It's a beautiful thing when you can have a conversation with a woman and say, hey, listen, this is what I need from you, and it's done. It's a beautiful thing. Well, this man of the Most High was in conversation with this woman, told her what to do to preserve her life. She didn't question, she didn't argue, she didn't fight, she didn't fuss. She did exactly what he told her to do, and she left because the famine was coming to the town. So she preserved her life by being obedient to the Most High. How many things happened in your life that if you just had been obedient to the Creator, could have been prevented? How many things? Just through your obedience to the Most High and his messenger, you were able to prevent certain horrendous things from taking place in your life. Just by mentioning that, I often think about how many people lost their lives on the Shabbat day by being out in the world doing things on the Shabbat day that they didn't have to do, and they could have been in the house of worshiping the Almighty. And I'm not necessarily talking about people who are ignorant of the law, them too, but not necessarily them. I'm also speaking about Israel. There are a lot of Israel who have went to work on the Shabbat day and lost their life. It's a lot of them. They lost their life on the Shabbat day Now, had they been working, keeping the Most High's law, had they been working at the house of worship or living and serving the Creator in the house of worship on the Shabbat day, they could have preserved their lives alive. But they chose to give into the system and go to work on the Shabbat day out in society, in the streets, or shopping and to the malls and to the supermarkets and all type of things other than worshiping the Most High on the Shabbat day. May the Most High be praised, because this King, man, his word reveals itself to mankind, but mankind is ignorant of the language that the Most High speaks. Will you recognize the Most High when he speaks to you? Will you even recognize the man, the Creator, when he presents himself to you? Will you acknowledge that? So the woman arose and did according to the word of the man of Ha Elohim. She went with her household and sojourned in the land of the Philistines 7 years. Now, I want to bring this out, this point, because when I read this part right here, it really stood out. She went and lived in the land of the Philistines for 7 years. The Philistines was the arch enemies of the children of Israel. So she went into the enemy's house and lived. Most of us are too arrogant, too proud to go and dwell in anyone's residence that we consider our enemies. Most of us are. She went and dwelled in a land of people. See, especially when we're Israel, you know, we get this thing about us where I don't want to go see him and her because we don't agree. We don't agree. We don't like each other. He don't like me. She don't like me. The Philistines definitely didn't like the children of Israel. But an Israelite, in her time of need, she went to live with the Philistines. Another point I want to bring out is this. The Creator brought famine upon his children, but yet the Philistines, who don't even serve the Creator, they have food. What is it what's going on here? We tend to think that because we serve the Most High, all of our needs would be met. If we serve the Most High in truthfulness, then yes, all your needs will be met until the time that the Most High is trying to teach you another lesson. But the majority of our people in the land of Israel wasn't serving the Most High. The majority of us was practicing idolatry. The Most High said, I had enough of this. I'm about to bring a famine upon this place. Why? Again, I've already told you, is to cause you to think about what you're doing, to change your actions and to do better. So if the children of Israel are practicing idolatry, worshiping all types of evil and wickedness, statues, idols, and images and deities, the Most High bring a famine. It ain't to kill the people. Some might see it that way. Those people who try to persuade you against worshiping the Most High, serving the Most High, and living this Hebrew life, they will say things like, that power you, or they'll call him a God. They'll say, that God you serve, he killed his own people. Look what he did to his people. That's just to try to persuade you away from the Most High. But I need you to look at it through a different lens. A lot of the times, most of the time, if not all the time, the Most High bring these tragedies upon us to try to make us better, to try to make us better people, to try to make us better servants of his, to try to cause us to realize where we made our mistakes so we can fix our errors in our ways, to walk righteously before him. So the Most High sent her to live in a place that he did not cause a famine to go, and that was in her enemy's land, in the land of the Philistines. David also ran to the Philistines when he was running from Saul. He went and stayed with the Philistines for a period of time as well. And at the end of the 7 years, when the woman returned from the land, now she was gone for 7 years. Everybody didn't leave. Some people stayed, and we talked about it in the previous chapter, the famine hit. And they didn't have anything to eat. They was eating their own children in some cases. Stealing and robbing just so they could survive. That's going to happen here in America too. Y'all be careful and watch. Remember, Prince told you it's coming. And if you can't see the handwriting on the wall, something's wrong with you. But take my word for it. It's going to come again in America, those hard times like we're reading about today. So this woman, she left and now she returns back and she wants all her stuff back. She want a house. She ain't paid taxes in 7 years. She want her land back. That's her inheritance from her family. She wants all those things back. What right does she have to any of those things? The right that she has to it lays in the hands of the king. So let's see if she's really in favor with the Most High or if she's not. When the woman returned from the land of the Philistines, she went to appeal to the king for her house, for her land. Now the king was talking with Gehazi, the servant of the man of Elohim. Remember Gehazi, Elisha's servant? Remember Gehazi that went out when the man came to be cured of his leprosy? He was a leper, and Elisha told him to go dip himself into Jordan 7 times, and he got arrogant and conceited and said, I don't need to do that. I'm going to do things my way. Remember that man? When he left, he offered Elisha all these treasures and jewels and riches, and Elisha said, no, I don't want that. You can keep that. And then Gehazi, who was Elisha's servant, went out after the man left and said, hey, we'll take those things. Excuse me. And then when he came back to Elisha, Elisha said, where have you been? Because my spirit didn't go with you. He said, I ain't going nowhere. He lied. And Elisha said to the man, the curse of leprosy shall be with you and your household forever. So their skin was turned white forever. The curse of leprosy. So this man is still in the service of Elisha, or at least he's in the presence of the king. So he's talking with the king, and he's still considered the servant of the man of Ha Elohim, saying, this is what the king said to her. Tell me all the great things that Elisha has done. And while he was telling the king how Elisha had restored the dead to life, behold, the woman whose son he had restored to life appeared to the king for her household and her land. Now let me break this down, because you might read through this and don't even catch it. The Creator ignited the king that at a specific time he would ask Gehazi to set the foundation for the woman's appearance. You see how the Most High looking out for this woman? He caused the king to ask Gehazi about the wonderful things that Elisha had done. And while Gehazi was telling the king that Elisha was a powerful servant of the Most High, that he brought a young man back to life. He brought the dead back to life. And you thought that's what made Yahushua special. Elisha did it too. As a matter of fact, Elisha did it first or second, because Elijah did it, then Elisha did it. So what's so different? And as he was telling the king how Elisha brought a young man back to life, the woman who was the mother of the young man was at the same time coming to speak to the king and asking the king to give her back what belongs to her. My sister said, perfect timing. This wasn't perfect timing. This was calculated. So on our end, yes, it would be perfect timing. But this was calculated and premeditated by the Most High. Watch what happens. Behold, the woman whose son he had restored to life appealed to the king for her household and her land. And Gehazi said, my lord, O king, here is the woman, and here is her son, whom Elisha restored to life. And when the king asked the woman, she told him. So the king appointed an official for her, saying, restore all, not some, restore all the produce of the field from the day that she left the land until now. That just made her super wealthy, because all that over 7 years is a whole lot of substance for one person. So the creator didn't just remove her to the side to the Philistines for 7 years because she took care of her servant or his servant. Remember, she built him a house in the rooftop of a house and put up a room up there for him to stay when he come to the town. The creator didn't just restore her and move her to the side. He brought her back with greater substance than when she left. That's how the Most High does for his people who trusts in him. We have to learn to trust in the Most High. Now, that lady didn't question. I mean, you think about it. Oh, man, I'm ready to lose my house, my cards, my clothes. Oh, man, all my stuff is about to be destroyed. I don't want to lose this. And then go to the Philistines and live with them for 7 years. Then I come back. What about all my stuff and all my things? Well, the creator brought her back with greater substance than she had when she left. That's what happens when you obey the voice of the Most High. He restored all that was hers, together with all the produce of the fields from the day that she left until now. Now Elisha came to Damascus. Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, was sick, and it was told him, the man of Ha Elohim has come here. What is the name of the lesson? The man of Ha Elohim has come here. When the king heard that the man of the Most High had came, see, because it's the king. Now I want y'all to think about this for a minute. This is a king. The kings don't bow down to other men, especially men that's not kings. But watch how you treat a man of the Most High. Now this is on the royal level. How much more regular people? When it was told him, the man of the Most High has come here, the king said to Hazael, take a present with you and go to meet the man of Ha Elohim. Whenever you come into the presence of a man who you know stands and represents the Creator, you should take him a gift. Always. You should show him honor and respect above all. They say you should not have no respect to person, but you should when the person stands in righteousness and everybody else is just average. You should have a respect to person because that person is shown mercy or special blessings from the Creator because of the sacrifices they make in life to stand before the Creator. You also should show that individual a certain respect. He says, take this man a present, take a present with you and go to meet the man of Ha Elohim. And then inquire of the man of the Most High through him. See, he knew the chain of command. He knew how it goes. You go to the man of the Most High to ask of the Creator. He understood that, and that's exactly what he did. And I want you to ask him this. Should I recover from this sickness? Now, Hazael was a captain of his guards. He was a chief man in the king's house. Ben-Hadad, I believe it's Ben-Hadad we're speaking about, had gotten sick. But Hazael was a chief man. Oh, no, this is Israel. He was a chief man in the king's house who had gotten sick and asked his man Hazael to go and ask the Creator would he heal from this sickness. He just might have been just that sick. So Hazael went to meet him and took him a present. Now, can you imagine the trust that this king had in Hazael? Can you imagine how we would like to think that Hazael must have been loyal to the king? Sometimes people who appear to be loyal to you, they come with deceit, just as Hazael did. So it's hard to trust people, very hard. Even your own flesh and blood, sometimes it's hard to trust them. So what you trust is, you trust in the Creator, not in flesh and blood. And anybody who dedicates themselves to the Creator in fullness that you can see, you give them the benefit of the doubt. But don't close your eyes to anything, because people will surprise you. But give them the benefit of the doubt that I don't think this person would do this because the Most High is their power. But at the same time, don't close your eyes to anything. So Hazael went to meet him and took a present with him, all kinds of goods of Damascus. Now, what he took to Elisha, the man of the Most High, who didn't work nowhere, this is how he was taken care of and provided for, because the people would give him gifts. The man of the Most High should not have to work, because the people supply his needs for him to live. So Hazael went to meet him and took him presents with him, all kinds of goods of Damascus, 40 camels, loads. When he came and stood before him, he said, he took him 40 camel loads full of gifts. Wow. That's how you supply, and that's how you meet and greet the man of the Most High. When he came and stood before him, he said, your son Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, have sent me to you. Yes, Ben-Hadad. He said, your son Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, have sent me, Hazael, to you. Now watch this story. Again, Ben-Hadad is just a title, but watch this story. Ben-Hadad says, shall I recover from my sickness? And Elisha, who was the prophet of Israel, and Elijah, who was previously prophet, established Syria, because the Most High told him to tell Ben-Hadad that he was going to be king, a different Ben-Hadad. Ben-Hadad is just the title of the king. It's just like saying king. All right? Elijah, the previous king, had established Syria to be up and running. And that's not Samaria, where Israel is. Israel is in Samaria. Syria is a neighboring country. Go, say to him, you shall certainly recover, but the Most High have shown me that he shall certainly die. Now, he didn't really understand. The people didn't really, Hazael didn't really understand. He said, if he's going to recover on one end, why is he going to die? Hazael didn't even know that he was going to kill his master. Now, why am I spending so much time on this? I want you to understand this. Hazael was a servant to Ben-Hadad. Ben-Hadad was the king. Hazael was living in under Ben-Hadad's care, but he was wicked. He was plotting, he was scheming. But Ben-Hadad was trusting him. All this time, Ben-Hadad was trusting that he had an official who was on point, but Hazael was wicked. Hazael had what a lot of men today have: hidden agendas, hidden attentions, hidden envy, because a lot of men who walk with the man feel like they should be the man. A lot of males don't know how to assume their position and be grateful and satisfied with their position of not being the man and just being in the man's circle. Hazael could have been a common man who was out tending to his sheep or at home with his family, but he wasn't. He was in the king's house, which means he received a stipend of payment frequently. It means that he owned land. It means that he more than likely had Nashim and children of his own that he was able to provide for because the king was providing for him. But that wasn't enough for him. Just like in the lives of a lot of males today, being second in command ain't enough for them. They got to be the man. And in the lives of a lot of people today, being a second wife or a third wife ain't enough for you. You got to be the first wife. So you fight to remove the first wife from the equation so you can take it over. That's an unrighteous person. That's an ungrateful person. That's an unappreciative person. Hazael was a very unappreciative young man. He didn't understand all that Ben-Hadad was doing for him and the trust that Ben-Hadad had in him, but the Creator knew his heart toward his master. And the Most High spake through prophet Elijah to make it clear of the wickedry and the treachery of Hazael to his master. So as king, and every man is the king of his house, as king, you have to be careful. And sometimes you can be as careful, and you still can't tell what secrets lie in the heart, in the mind of man. Your job as king is to just provide across the board as you're supposed to, irregardless of what may be inside their hearts. But if you ever find out what's in their hearts, then you deal with it appropriately. Until that time comes, you do your best job at being the king of that family, the king of that household, the king of that nation. You do your job to be the best king that you could possibly be. And every man is a king in his own home. Every man. But this king had no idea that Hazael was so wicked. That's right. That's right. She said, wow, and Shabbat Shalom to you, sis. Wow, Total Rabbah for shedding light on this scripture. Hazael did not know he was going to be exposed the same day he came bearing gifts. Just like when Gehazi took Naaman. That's correct. Absolutely correct. But I'm saying this because I want you to be aware that people will come bearing gifts and smiling in your face and acting like they with you, but all along they got treachery and deceit in their heart. They really hate you, despise you. But you would never know because you're such a kind, giving, loving person. And you're not thinking on that level where they're coming from. You think this is just another brother or another sister that appreciates you, but they don't. Show me that he shall certainly die. And he fixed his gaze and stared at him until he was embarrassed. What do you think that's talking about? He fixed his gaze and looked at him until he was embarrassed because he already knew that Hazael had plotted against the king. That Hazael had treachery in his heart against the king. And when Hazael heard the word of the man of the Most High, Elisha, all he could do is sit back and think. How many of you have treachery in your heart toward your king? Not me, not me. Well, let me expose you that you may have. You may be one of those ones. Let's deal with a man and a wife. in their lives, in their relationship. The woman really despises her husband. She really don't like him. He really don't please her. And in her mind, she's waiting for the day that he passes so she can receive her inheritance. But all along, she in love with another man. She knows that it's a violation of law for her to lay down with that man. So what she does is she imagines that man in her mind, in her thoughts, of being with that individual in her thoughts. She's just as guilty as Hazael. She's plotting the destruction of her king for her own pleasure. Now, Prince, you went deep on that one, Prince. Yeah, because that's what I do. I take you in places where the Most High wants me to take you to visit so that you can see the corruption and the wickedness inside your soul so you can fix yourself. Let's look at another brother. Another brother called himself second in command to a spiritual leader in the house of Israel. But this brother is not satisfied with his position of being second in command. So what does he do? He tries to do an Absalom move and get the people to favor him. So he will be favored and beloved by the people so he can assume the throne of his spiritual leader. The man who raised him up and provided food and nourishment for him the majority of his life. He really wants his position. So what he does is he befriends all the people and then bring up false accusations against the spiritual leader. Matter of fact, he frames the spiritual leader so it will give the appearance as if he's guilty. And then he gets others to join in with him as he tries to make an attempt for the throne by outcasting and having the shame brought on the spiritual leader. How about your girlfriend who walks with you? She knows you're married to that man. But what she'll do is every opportunity that she spends time with your husband, she's in his ear telling him about all the things you tell her that's wrong in your household. Here it is, you're trusting her, thinking she's your girl. And she's really secretly envious of you, desiring your household, desiring your children, desiring to have your husband, not as a sister wife, which she could join, and you would probably welcome her in, but she wants you out of the picture, just like Hazael wanted the king out of the equation. You have so many situations like Hazael that are real and prevalent in our lives today, but you trust these people, and these people are full with envious intentions. This is why I say, make a man prove his worth all the time. Don't just take him at, oh, Shalom, you know I love you. I love you, brother. Listen, I don't even tell my family I love them. I tell my children if they ask or if it's required. But I don't tell my Nashim I love them because words don't mean nothing. You must show. If you love them, then show and prove through your actions how you feel. Because I remember back in the day, from all the many relationships I've had over all those years, all the women told me they loved me. Day one, I just met her. She talking about she loved me. Where's she at now? How does she benefit my life? What did she do for me? I don't get into that I love you stuff because that don't mean anything to Prince. You can say all those words out your mouth. Sure, it's good to hear. Might make you feel good momentarily, but look at the evidence behind the words to see if that person loves you. It might make you feel a little good temporarily, but if they telling you they loving you but beating you upside your head all the time, but then turn around and tell you I love you, then what good is that I love you? What does it mean? But actions speak so much louder than words. Sometimes you never even got to say the words when you're showing the action all the time, because people will understand where you're coming from. Imagine the words that Hazael was using toward his king. Oh, great king, live forever. Imagine all the great words he was using, but his actions is something else. So when Hazael felt embarrassed because the man of the Most High knew he was deceptive, Hazael said, why does my Lord weep? Asking Elisha, why is he crying? Elisha was crying because he saw the deceit from one man to another, when the pure love of one man was embracing the deceit of another man, didn't know it. And a lot of us are in situations right now where we have nothing but pure love for these individuals. We will give them the shirt off of our back. We will move out of our house and move them in if they needed it. But these same people are deceitful by nature. They're wicked. They say Shabbat Shalom to you in your face. As soon as they get around the corner out of your presence, they're talking about you, you evil, you dirty, you stingy, you're not this and you're not that. They're talking about all this wicked stuff about you, trying to bring you down. Hazael went to the extent that he plotted against his king, the man who gave him his bread and butter, because he wanted his king's position. Elisha knew this. Elisha knew that Hazael was full of deceit, and it hurt Elisha to his soul, to his core. So when he had to bring this revelation to Hazael, he cried. He cried. And Hazael will turn around and ask, why are you crying? Why are you crying? And Elisha answered, not because of what he would do to the king alone, but because he knew the future of the nation of Israel. He said, why are you crying? Why are you crying? And Elisha answered, because I know the evil that you will do to the people of Israel. You will set on fire their fortresses, and you will kill their young men with the sword, and dash in pieces their little ones, and rip open their pregnant women. This man was wicked. Elisha was a righteous man. But Elisha, he saw wickedness and how this man would treat the people of Israel. And Hazael said, what is your servant who is but a dog? Anybody that will rip children from pregnant women is a dog. And the Europeans did that to us for a long time. So don't never forget how you were treated. In the ancient days, Hazael said that is the actions of a dog, that he would do such a great thing. Elisha answered, the Most High has shown me that you are to be a king. You are to be king over Syria. Then he departed from Elisha and came to his master. Hazael went back to his master, who said unto him, what did the prophet Elisha say to you? And he answered, he told me that you would certainly recover. But the next day he took the bedcloth and dipped it in water and spread it over his face until he died. And Hazael became king in his place. Wow. Wow. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go through some of the comments. And we're going to read some of the comments. All right. Sister Nina says, Shabbat Shalom, all my brethren and sisters, and give glory and praise to Yah, to the Most High, to the Creator. All right. May the Most High be praised. Lost but not found says, Lost but Found says Shabbat Shalom, family. Maybe one day we get Lost but Found to come on the screen and tell y'all about how she got that name, Lost but Found. All right. This might be something interesting. Let me see. 7 years is the same amount of time for rest and restoration. Absolutely. So she left because of a famine and came back with plenty. Absolutely. An overflow. There you go. Wow. Total for shedding light on this scripture. All right. What's this here? Yirmiyahu 17 said, the heart of man is deceitful, and only the Most High knows what is really behind vile hearts. That means a lot. That is absolutely on point right there. She understood this lesson very well. Because people will say anything to you, to your face, and be extremely wicked behind your back. Extremely wicked. So it's very difficult to trust individuals. Very difficult. 100% truth. Been there. Lived that numerous times. The Most High lets us get a certain point, and when the grand reveal comes, have mercy. Alicia actually cried that the Most High's heart being poured out through him. May the Most High be praised. All right. Tahaleen 15. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Aisha. But don't women have to be proven as well? Absolutely, women have to be proven. Absolutely. They all must be proven. May the Most High be praised. Words mean a lot. All right, so let's talk a little bit before we go to the next chapter. All right, let's talk a little bit. Let's see what we got. See who's in the house. Let's talk a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, family, the chapter we just read, have you had any experiences like that in your personal life where you actually loved an individual who turned out to be a deceptive person, wicked person, evil person, tried to destroy, hurt, harm on you, or take your life? Had you had it? Come talk about it. Come share something with us. Come. Open the door for others to talk. Have you experienced this type of thing that King Benadad just experienced? Somebody you provided for and took care of and raised up and helped them to get wealthy and super rich. And they turned their backs on you and took your life, or that didn't take your life because you wouldn't be here. Has it happened to you? A man you've been in love with, or a woman you trusted, you've been in love with, and she turned out to be an adversarial energy to you in your life? Nobody experienced that? I hear everybody saying, but ain't nobody coming up to the mic saying nothing. Imad, you said you want to speak? You can talk about something, get it started, get it going. Nobody want to talk about it? Because I'm going to just move on to the next lesson if y'all ain't going to speak. But I will prefer to have free exchange with the family. Of course we have. All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Now, let me see if I can send a link so we can get somebody up on the platform that might want to share some information. There's the link.
She also says, but those the ones who show me love, those are the ones I'm talking about.
All right, but we ain't talking about that. We're trying to help others to be prepared, be pre-warned and prepare against those people trying to bring them destruction. I gotta start something. This is Shabbat day. It's the only way I can educate my people with true life experiences. Come on now. Here's the link, family. I just put it in the room once, now twice. Come on in. Talk about some of these people. You don't have to say names. You don't have to say dates and places if you don't want to. But come on, take the link and just talk about a real life situation that you had a Hazael present in your life. and what you've experienced and how you could have prevented it maybe, or how you would like for somebody else to prevent it so somebody else can learn from your experiences. Come on now, here we go. And I know we all can relate to these situations because they're real. Nobody want to talk? Nobody want to share no experiences with the family? Nobody don't want to bring it up? I know how to shut you down if it's a lot. I can stop you from talking about a whole lot. I'm just saying. Nobody want to talk about it? Okay. And then as soon as I start talking, why are you always talking about that? All right, here we go. We got a volunteer. Well, you can open your mic now. He's sweet. I can give you the mic. Oh, you want to be on camera? All right, come on. Elon want to talk. Go ahead. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Since Maish quietly encouraging us to speak. I mean, I guess it is good to share experiences so others can see the flags that you most times ignored, because most times we see the red flags, we ignore them. But I think the biggest thing that, I like to share is just that being mindful of what you share with others in your personal life. And sometimes you got to be mindful, even if it's close friends, sisters, brothers, parents, whatever, whomever, just being mindful of what you share. And if you're sharing it to bring about healing, closure, some type of resolution is one thing. But if you're just sharing it to dog a person, to bring someone down, those are two different things. And the results are going to be different. The results are going to be whatever you're out there doing to get, that's what the results are going to get, right? If you need support, there's a way that you share information and there's support that will come from that. But if you just need encouragement to do something more of what you're already doing and you need somebody to kind of like applaud it or be a cheerleader for that, then that's the energy that you're going to get back.
Let's talk about that cheerleader part for a minute. What do you mean by if you need somebody to be a cheerleader, that's the energy you're going to get back? Are you saying that sometimes people want to talk about things to people just so people can favor their position?
Yeah, that's basically, so like, that's basically what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like if you're going through something or if you're deciding on a new life change, choosing who to discuss that with is very important. Because and this is why I said about the ignoring the red flags, this is all going back to that. So like if we know that we know something and we know what it is, but then we go and we were like, oh, you know what? I'm going to talk to this person about it because they will basically help me dismiss the red flags, or they will basically help me to look at what I'm doing as right and not wrong, or they'll support me no matter what, whether it's good or bad. And what I'm saying is, with those intentions, is what you get out of it. You can't, if you truly are trying to become something different or change or heal from it, then you seek someone out who you knowingly is going to help you heal from that. Or else, because it's like, and I don't mind using myself for example, like I'm very keen, I'm very particular, very, very particular. And most people know this about me sharing my personal feelings, thoughts, or if I'm, going through something with almost anybody. Because people, and just in my own lessons learned with having girlfriends, close sisters that I call my girlfriends, Yeah, they use it against you when they're mad. They find a way to manipulate you with the information. And so when Maisha was talking about sharing experiences, that's why a lot of times, people always ask me, you good? And I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Part of it is because I'm good to the point where it's a lot to be able to trust people when you've been burnt in this world, by whether it's a husband, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a friend, a sister, a brother, whether it be blood or by choice, So what I'm saying is just being mindful, just being keen on the information that's shared. And then just being understanding that you at the moment may be feeling in a certain way, but then tomorrow it may all go away. That feeling that you had, but the person that you shared it with, that feeling is not going to go away that easy for them. It may not go away at all, right? And so that's what I'm saying about being mindful. And then with the choosing who we talk to about certain things to promote what it is that we want versus what it is that we need. And so, and when we do that, we can set ourselves up for failure. We can place ourselves in situations that truly we shouldn't have, but because we ignored it or we went along with what was popularly, I guess, encouraged or supported. That's what we did. And so, I just know, like, I've been in those situations where in my past, where, I thought people were my friends or a certain connection to me, and they were getting closer and closer to me out of envy, and then basically use a lot of the things that we discussed in what I thought was a sister bonding time, to kind of manipulate so that they could be in a position that I was in. And a lot of times, when people do that, they don't understand the position you're in, the responsibility that comes with that position, and just all the other things that come about. And so what they're looking at is they're looking at the side that you allow people to see, what you wake up and you show the world, because no one shows the world everything about them. So, that's my husband walked outside, so I'm not sure where he went, but the biggest thing is being mindful. That's what I take from this. Being mindful of the people around you, their intention, because intention is important. If people, are secretly seeking your downfall, then they're going to support a lot of the craziness that you are trying to be like, oh no, this is good. They're going to support it because they know that it's wrong, but they're going to support it because they know eventually it's going to catch up with you, and then they'll be able to be like, yeah, I told her, or I knew it, or, blah, blah, and basically try to take over your position. And that's just based off of some of the things that Maisha was bringing about people who secretly want what you have, but they're not even truly ready or understanding of what it is and what it takes to acquire, to maintain, and to build up, what it is that you have, whether you're a man or a woman. And, and so I just encourage everyone to, whatever you're deciding in life, to seek truth in all honesty. And a lot of times, the only way you can truly do that is going to the Creator. It's not really going to another person, because that other person doesn't even, most times, another person doesn't desire what you want. They don't feel it in the way that you want it or dislike it. They're there to be like, well, I'm here to support whatever you want. And they're not thinking of the pros and the cons or the goods and the bads. They're not thinking of those things. They're just trying to basically people please you and support whatever decision you want, or whatever decision you feel you need to make at the time. So, in all truth, the Most High is the true one that is going to give you the honesty and the support and the answers that you're seeking.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi. All right. Sister Ornette, you're next.
My shalom, Mishpacha.
My shalom.
I can just agree with so much, everything that Princess said, because for me, it was the naivety of things. I had never experienced people like that before until certain situations took place much later on in my life. So for me, I've always had self-confidence by myself. I've always pretty much practiced staying in my lane. And I, loved myself. And I always acted as such, So people may say, like, there's beautiful women and they may be jealous of, how you act or present yourself or this or that, but you may not have, or you may not be quote unquote as attractive or this as them. So you'll be wondering why, like, if you hear certain things like that, like, why would she be jealous of me or this or that? For me, I've always, like I said, stayed in my lane, and I was, very happy and loving and giving. And so in years to come, there were people that were doing things behind my back that were in my home that I shared food with, that I did things for. And when those things came about, I was like, wow, it really blew me away, So what Princess was saying about being mindful and conscious of the things you share with people, that is really a real thing. And I just know later on, I had a girlfriend that, we were friends for over 13 years. I knew her before she got married. I knew her before she had children. She was actually, we met each other because we ended up finding out that we were both, Hebrew, raised Hebrew in the Hebrew culture. So we ended up having a lot of similarities. My family ended up getting to know her family. Her family ended up getting to know my family. And we saw each other and been there for each other and all these things for years. It came a situation where she basically asked me to move in with her, At the time, my lease was about to be up. She was married with kids at this point. So me and my sister ended up moving in with her to help her out of a bind. And just like I am with all of my friends, of course, because we knew each other for so long, I vented to her. I, talked to her about things that were going on with me that were sensitive, in my life. I was dealing with some things with my child's father, things like that. So she knew a lot of these things that was going on when I moved in with her. However, she just knew things about me and my family in general because of the relationship that we had. We had been, friends for so long, and vice versa. It wasn't like a one-sided thing. However, in the ending of things, before I moved out, I really, helped the system. I'm not going to even front. I really did a lot. But like I said, that's of my nature. I practice when I'm in somebody's space to leave them better, leave the environment better than when I came into the environment. So whatever we spoke about before we moved in, I mean, we really got down to like the nitty gritty. I was like, what's your, pet peeves? What is your vices? What is your pros and cons and this and that? Because I don't want to be in a situation where, we're getting together, we're living together, and it ends up becoming weird. We had children. She had 3 children at the time. Our youngest wasn't even 1 year old. So it's a big deal. If we're coming together, I want it to be successful. So in the end of things, I ended up having to leave, but it wasn't on peaceful terms. And another thing I wanted to add about what Princess said is, besides being conscious of who you allow into your space and who you share sensitive things with, or however, also be aware of the creator speaking to you as well. Those hunches or those, that second voice, because even after going through all these things that we had already spoke about before moving in together, that first month, before that month was out, a big violation to what we agreed upon, she did. And when I addressed her about it, she was real dismissive and down to the fence, and was acting like, oh, I'm not going to be a child in my own home. I'm like, what? We just spoke about these things though. So I said, okay, let's say that I'm just going to move out then, because it's not even a month in and you're already showing me that you can't keep to what we agreed upon, and that's okay. So I would rather move out, even though I paid all this money, even though I did all this to move in. That's okay. I would rather move out to preserve the relationship, the friendship, rather than stay in it and it becomes something else. So once she realized I was serious, she was like, oh, well, we can talk about it. And, I have children, I need help, X, Y, and Z, et cetera, et cetera. I should have stuck to my guns. Like, I should have stuck to that gut feeling, that protection that the creator had over me and my life at this time. And I'm going to be really, really honest. This sister was so seemingly like a good sister. I would pray for her every night, because during that time, that span of time that we were together, which was about, I would say 8 or 9 months, it was like she had a curse on her life. Things were happening bad for her, back to back to back to back. I'm like, yeah. Her license was getting suspended. Her child father was going to jail. Her baby was having a crisis. Now, she had 2 children that were kind of sickly. They had a issue with them that they were born with. Like I said, I came in and was teaching the sister how to shop, how to cook, how to, clean your home property, how to, herbal, holistic living, drinking water. Supplements, the whole nine. The whole nine. I homeschool my children. I was homeschooling her children, because we all had children around the same age, besides her youngest 2. So I really came in to, help. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, like I said, you have to listen to that mind. Like, nope, this is already going. You can see how it's going. Get out. Don't move forward. But I allowed myself to be manipulated, in the situation. And whatever the outcome ended up being, which was a horrible outcome, you know, a horrible outcome. I can't blame her. I can't blame her for what took place because situation after situation after situation, I continue to stay there. I continue to allow her to, quote unquote, try to swindle me or manipulate me or, you know, coerce me into staying and helping her, you know. But this was the first of its kind to ever happen to me. And so for me, I'm like, wow, anything that, sometimes friends will have disagreements or, have quote unquote fallouts or however. I the things, the lengths that she went to try to hurt me in the end, after all that we've been through, after all the years, like I would never, never do to anyone that I was friends with. I can see an enemy. I can see an enemy because I don't wish well for my enemies, and I mean someone that has truly presented themselves to be an enemy, not like some petty fake, thing. But for someone of that caliber to, be friends with you, that helped you, that went through all these different situations and great times and memories and so on and so forth, it just blew me away. I just couldn't believe that. And it really took me a long time to heal from that situation. And it really showed me that you have to really listen to the Yaman, the Most High, talking to you. And because, like I said, I was praying throughout the whole time, and the answers that I was getting back were as plain as day. Like, no, 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 you need to go. No, no, and I was like, well, let me, I just want to give her a benefit of doubt, or I just want, or maybe she didn't meet, no, no. When people show you who they are, you have to believe them and also apply that to your life. Act accordingly after that. Don't continue giving them the graces and this and that. You'll save yourself from so much disappointment and heartache. So that's my 2 cents.
Right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Thank you very much. Sound like you had a strong personal experience there. This is what happens. Device is not connected. Sister Esther, I tried to link you in, but it's not working. Don't know why. But it's not, it's your device, it says. Let me see if you're, okay, you're there now. All right, Sister Esther, you was next.
Okay, shalom everyone.
Yes.
I wanted to first and foremost go back to, I don't know who posted it, the Micah chapter 7
Yes,
on there.
Sister Ima Daracia.
Okay.
Rashia.
It's because we're on this lesson with Elisha that this thought even came to my mind. Especially the part where it says that we need to talk to the Most High about everything. There's a verse in Devarim 30. It's actually, I think it's 2 verses. If you guys want to mark it down, you can go over it sometime this week. Devarim 30, starting at verse 11. And I think somebody had written it down in the commands today or something that sounded similar to it. It says, for this commandment which I command you today is not too mysterious for you, nor is it far off. It is not in heaven that you should say, who will ascend into heaven for us and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. Nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will go over the sea for us and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. but the word is very near you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. See, I have set before you today life and good, death and evil, and that I command you today to love the Most High, your allure, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his judgments, that you may live and multiply, and that the Most High, your allure, will bless you in the land which you go to possess. Um, Speaking about Elisha, and especially rehearing the story about Ben Hadad and Hazael, brought me back to that verse. And a part of my journey in trying to find the Most High is that when you start off, well, when I started off in my journey with Yah, I was very naive, and I a little bit of what Sister Anit had said. You pray and you just ask Yah, bless this day for me, help me to be an impact to somebody else's life. Prayers like that, no, nothing wrong with that. But when you start stepping into the realm of finding who you are and the authority that He has given you, there are just some places and some people you have to run into to build who you are as a person, and some experiences that, yes, because of some choices that we have made, we have to walk down those paths and come out some way, somehow victorious. And I'm thinking of Elisha and how he was called out by Elijah to be a successor, to somebody to fill in the gap after somebody of greatness has left. And he did nothing less than that. And I always looked at his life. I'm like, man, I want to be like Elisha when I grow up. Like, nothing fazed this man. Why? Because his connection with Yah was so strong. He could talk to Yah and bam, things just happen. And they happen like on point, on time, no mess ups, nothing. I'm like, I want a relationship like that. I want to get to that point where Yah, I can hear you talk even if I'm sneezing. Like, your voice is like right there. And as a teenager growing up thinking that I knew what I knew enough to have a walk of salvation, I was going through some dark paths when I was growing up, and it was just like, you're not gonna hear the Most High with all this going on. You need to get rid of it. And little by little, he would take me down some paths, and I'd meet some people, get into trouble, and get right back on the path. Like, I don't want that no more. And I remember listening to someone going over the story of Elisha back when I was like in my 20s, and they're like, can you imagine knowing what the Most High is thinking and knowing when someone is talking behind your back and you'll be able to hear it in the spirit realm? I'm like, that's not possible. And they told me, you need to go read the book of Elisha. You read the story of Elisha. And I got to the point where Syria was coming up against Yasharel, and the king was telling the commanders, listen, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to attack. This, da, 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 da. And every time he went to attack, Yasharel met him right there. And they're like, how do they know our moves? And somebody pointed out, he like, I think it's that Nabi, that prophet of Yah. He knows everything that goes on, even what goes on in your bedroom, man. I was like, stop. It does exist.
That's right.
What? He knows everything. He's like, no, I have a traitor among me. I need to find out who's spying and telling them all of our secrets. He's like, no, it's that man Elisha. He knows everything you're doing. And I said, Father, if we all got to the point where we know our enemy's tactics before he even pulls a move, like, where would we be? And Yah has been showing me that what I used to do, especially leading up to where I am now, speaking and what's going on in your life, and because I saw these people on a weekly basis, and I thought we were all on the same page, praying and everything like that, oh, this is going on, and come into agreement with me with this, da, 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 da. Before I even went and asked Yah, do I have permission to go talk to that person and tell them this about my life and where I am now? Because I don't know where that person's mindset is. And I didn't know that most of them were Hazaels in disguise. Now I know that man's name. And it was like, yeah, I moved ahead of him instead of waiting for the answer. I was doing what Shemuel did, looking on the outward appearance and seeing the actions in places like in church and in prayer meetings, and but you don't know what's going on behind somebody in closed doors, what's going on in their prayer closet, and if they're even being used by the enemy to pray things over and in your life that you don't even know about. So uh I, as I put in the chat, speaking things to certain people, Yah will put them in your life at a certain time. And if they are the ones that you're supposed to speak to and open up to, if you're prayerful about it and sincere about it, he will tell you yes or no and how much. And he has taught me that, and I'm thanking him that I've gotten to this point. Um, and that there are just certain people that need to be pushed out of your realm of influence, because you don't know how far your influence is going to reach in the future. And there are some people that are there to be walking companions. There are some people that are there to be running companions, like you're running a marathon. And there's some people that are there to be at the finish line. And if we move ahead too fast and you think you reached your finish line, you might have just stepped into the next part of the race, and you're like beyond, you're farther behind than where you're supposed to be in the beginning. um and I've had that in my work experience. I've had that in my personal life. I've had that even in other relationships that I've had, thinking that I was doing the right thing, but it wasn't the right moment. And that person either knew too much, or they came in too early, and things had to be rerouted like a navigation system. Okay, you took the wrong detour. Get back on the path and let's keep going. So this story, man, this story today really hit home, because I'm looking at myself. I'm looking at everyone who's been here since Adam and Hawa were created. Like, Yah trusted us, trusted his creation to the point where I'm giving you everything you need. All I'm asking for you is to meet me at this point.
Mm.
And we are to show that love back to him through our actions. And yes, we say it with our mouth, but our heart needs to be way ahead. Our mind needs to be way ahead of what's coming out of our mouth. And what Adam did, what Hawa did in the presence of greatness, of righteousness in its
Mm.
fullness, was to make the wrong decision at the wrong time. And first and foremost, no one consulted Yah, and he was right there. How often we just make decisions and Yah's there, but we didn't go to him and say, Yah, before I do this, let me not lean on my understanding. Can you give me your blessing? Can you put your hand on this for me? And we go do it and ask him afterwards. And I've been burnt that way. Like, you didn't come to me first. You came to me after the fact. And that's the part that hurts, because I'm like, we did it to you when we had a choice in creation to choose righteousness over our feelings, over our emotions, over what we wanted to do, and we failed. And here we are all these years later, and we get hurt by the same people that are in our scope, and we truly don't know their heart unless Yah reveals to us what is going on with that person. So Tehillim 15 that I had posted in there earlier, it's about a man who has a heart like Yah. He doesn't take bribes. He speaks the truth in his heart, and rather do live righteously, live with the truth, than to take a bribe and slander somebody. And so often it happens just in our own homes, and like people you trust, like, and it hurts. But Yah doesn't leave us in that state. If we want to recover and just be restored, we take the hit, take the loss, and we're like, let's keep going and try not to make that same mistake. So we ask him before we do anything. And that's where that verse comes in, that the word is as near to you, it's in your mouth. If Yah says my word is life, then speak to me, because I am the life. And if there's something in us or something in our circumstances that's causing that death, that separation between him and us, Yah, cut it asunder. or show me what I'm doing that's crippling this relationship that I have with you, because I need to be as near to you as your word is in my mouth. So those are my pieces. I yield. I'm done.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Total Rabbah. Now, the only thing that I did not hear, I don't think that I heard, I don't think I did, to all the people who gave their testimony today, was the part about sometimes it's your own family members. Not only is it your own family members, but a lot of the friends that you resort, or the elders or leadership that you resort, if they're not living this life, they can't relate to your issues. They can't relate to give you advice for you to lean on, to get an understanding from. You know, and a lot of us, we do that. We live this life, but we call upon people who don't live this life to give us advice about this life. And they can't, because they're not accustomed. How about you? If you, I mean, just listen to this for a second. How about if you and you're an Israelite, and you in a plural marriage, and you have two wives, and you the man. You got a problem with one of your wives, you're Nashim, but you're talking to Israelite men. I mean, you're talking to outside men in how to conduct your life in your relationship with your Nashim, and they don't understand this life. It's a limited amount of information that they can share with you about the realistic problem that you have in this Israelite life. Or you're an Israelite woman and you're in a more plural marriage. You got a problem with your husband about a proper judgment that he set in your life. You go call your mom who's not living this lifestyle. You go call your aunt who's not living this lifestyle, your girlfriend who's not living this lifestyle. It's almost nothing that they can tell you about the righteous way to go. See, this is what I'm talking about. You know, it's a lot of things. But now we're talking about the Hazael in your midst, the one that's lurking in the dark, pretending as if they're your brothers and sisters. How do you deal with that situation? You know, how do you correct that situation? How do you properly approach it? Search within. Okay. Well, my opinion is that you go before the Almighty in all matters. And he's not finished sleeping yet. He still won't go to sleep. He might be wet. Go before the Most High in all matters and seek his permission to do what it is that you want to do, and ask for his advice and his help. The Most High won't leave you alone. He won't leave you stranded. He will help you. But you guys, you got a lot of knowledge, and I'm so thankful that you sisters that come up and spoken. Nazar, is that you or that's your Abba? Okay. I think that's okay. Nobody's speaking. All right. Is there any other points of view we want to talk about, or we want to just keep on and move on? Anybody else want to comment? Or are we going to move on and get with the next chapter? Anyone else wishing to speak? Next verse, next chapter, next verse. All right. So we're going to pick up where we left off. And we are on 2 Kings chapter 8, verse 16. And let me get these scriptures back up here. It's so much to this, family. It's so much to this. And you got to be careful of how much trust you put in flesh and blood. You have to be careful. Now, that flesh and blood walking in the ways of the Most High, you can give them a lot more trust than you give to the average. But, you know, people have to prove themselves. People need to prove themselves just so you'll know, or at least you'll be a lot more familiar. It's only so you can stand before the Creator and say, Creator, see, here's the evidence that caused me to believe that this person was legit. They did this, they did this, they did this, they did this. Not that they said this, but they did this. A lot of people will say things, but then the realities of life have them doing something else. So let's go. 2 Kings chapter 8, verse 16. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Let's rock and roll. In the 5th year of Yoram. Now, y'all got to pay close attention, because if you don't pay close attention, you're going to miss. You're going to get confused. You're not going to understand. She said, we are all God, search within. Now, you just tapped on something. And I think we need to have that little sidebar conversation while we're here. You said, we are all God's, search within. You're right and you're wrong. And I'm not going to say you're wrong in the sense that you're not searching within, your answer doesn't lie within. But we as a people have to understand that there's a supreme power that's greater than us. We have to understand that. Yeah, we are Elohim. We have Elohim within us. But the supreme power who lies behind all of creation is not. We still seek him for our guidance and our understanding. You search within yourself because he dwells within you. He gives messages to you. He conversates and he relates to you. But it will be arrogant of us, very arrogant of us, to say, I don't need the creator. I got the God within me. And that's the one I'm going to trust in. Usually those people who talk like that are atheists. I know that you're not an atheist, sis, and I'm not assuming that you are. I'm trying to let people know in the audience who might not be aware of who you are and where you're coming from. Usually it's people who are atheists, against Torah, against the Bible, who try to get us an understanding of something that exists outside of ourselves, and we don't need to call out to a mystery power and all that stuff. I agree. We don't need to call out to a mystery power. That's why we build a relationship with the creator. But the creator he exists within us, but he also exists externally outside of us. We are all Elohim. We all have that power, that right, that ability, but yet we all must beseech the creator and then wait for him to respond to us, to give us direction and understanding. That way we're not in trouble. All right, let me see what's going on in these sidebars, because there's something I'm missing. I think it's something that I'm missing. Cain agreed. Let's see what this is. Family whom are not living this way can be a hindrance sometimes. However, they can be a help if they are bringing open and doing their best to be understanding of your culture and lifestyle. They can be doing their very best. Unless they live in it, most times they won't understand it. You can try to explain it to them. Sometimes people will pacify you and say, yeah, I understand, but they truly don't. And the best knowledge is through experience. Well, one of the best knowledge. I think the best knowledge is through obedience and listening. People who already got the experience, so you don't have to go through the experience. So, Prince, is it necessary for counseling to take place for mental health issues along with Most High's help? Well, that depends on who you get the counseling from. Because if you go into the word for counseling, then, I don't know what to tell you about that, because I don't trust in that. But if you're going to somebody who lives this way of life for counseling, that are sincere about this way of life, then yeah, you can get some counseling from them. And that can help, because the Most High oftentimes guides you in that direction. The Most High says, in the multitude of counsel, there is safety. But that counsel has to be of a righteous nature. So if it's someone who is needing mental health issues, now we're talking the severity in mental health issues. If this person is severely challenged mentally, he got to go wherever he can go to get that help. But we're just talking about people just talking about simple things in life, and even if he's seriously challenged, we still in the Israelite community may be able to provide righteous guidance to help him to where he needs to be. But don't be afraid of seeking outside counsel if the situation is just that severe. Let me give you an example of what I mean. If I got shot in my leg and I'm in jeopardy of losing my leg, and I don't have any Israelite doctors in my presence, I'm going to let the doctor that don't look like me operate on me to help me to sustain my leg and to preserve my life. You follow what I'm saying? So if you don't have any Israelite people to spiritually help in that mental situation, then you go wherever you have to go to get the help and treatment that you need. That's what I'm trying to say. All right? So always go to the Most High first, and then you can begin to ask of your spiritual leader or someone of that nature, someone you confide in and trust in that lives this way of life, and you ask them for help and guidance in different areas and see what happens. And may the Most High be with you in your journey. Sometimes if we aren't right within, the answer isn't there. You're right. Wisdom has to be sought with righteous ones. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. I'm asking on behalf of someone I know who is in this walk but needs extra counseling. Okay. Well, by you being in this walk and you having access to certain people, you should put those people in touch so that they can conversate, communicate, and create a will and be able to fix this problem. If it's you bring them to me, and if it's a mental health issue, then I have to take them to other Israelite brothers and sisters that I know. If I can't help them, I'm going to send them to other brothers and sisters Israelites that I know, that I have a relationship, that I trust to bring that type of healing. May the Most High be praised. Nobody said that, Sister Aisha. Nobody said that. I know you didn't, sis. Not Prince, however, sis, I don't believe counsel. I know. It's a typo. Okay. I do believe counseling is important. You say not Prince. What'd that mean?
I was saying I was answering, but I wasn't sure. She addressed the question to you.
Oh, well, your name came up on your post. You ain't had to say that. If the Creator didn't see fit for us to have, I don't believe it would exist as a resource. I don't know about that. Well, I say that because there's a lot of things that exist as a resource, like welfare. The Most High didn't see fit for us to have that, I don't believe. He allowed it, but that's not how he created man to be. Okay, let's see. I think the problem in our walk is when you go for counseling, your business is put in the streets very and too often. Now, these counselors, sometimes they'll report you too. If you tell them you beat, you killed, or things that go against this law, sometimes they'll report you. But they got to do it in a way that don't expose them for what they're doing. So people feel more secure in outside counseling for safety in their business. Well, what you should do if you have those kind of issues, you should only talk to people that you really confide in. Multitude, one issue, many perspectives, then go within. Okay, we got to trust self within the multitude. I yield. All right, may the Most High be praised. Did I get them all? All right, I think I got y'all all. All right. Are there any questions or comments before we move on?
because we get into the next part of the chapter. We're in 2 Kings chapter 8, verse 16. The man of the Creator has come here. Y'all ready? In the 15th year of Jerome, now you got to pay attention, family, because there's going to be some confusion here. In the 15th year of Jerome, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, when Jehoshaphat was king of Judah. So this went back in history. Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And when he walked in the ways of the king of Israel, as the house of Ahab had done. For the daughter of Ahab was his wife. Who was his wife? The daughter of Ahab. What was her name? It did say. Just didn't say right there. I said it in class last week or the week before.
Oh,
no. What was Ahab's daughter's name that married the king Jeroboam, Jehoshaphat's son, Jeroboam? What was his name? What was her name? Atalia. Yeah, remember I mentioned Atalia, the first woman that became king?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
She killed him.
That's right. And did what was evil in the sight of the Most High. So he actually learned the ways. Now this part, when I read this, I wanted to jump on this for a minute. Let me read this again, and I'm going to break down what I needed to break down for all who are listening, because this is some very important stuff. In the 15th year of Jeroboam, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, when Jehoshaphat was king of Judah, Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, now Jehoram married King Ahab's daughter. King Ahab ruled in Israel, Jehoshaphat ruled in Judah, but they was buddies. They even went out to war together sometimes. Now, Jehoshaphat had a son whose name was Jehoram. Ahab had a daughter whose name was Atalia. Those two got together. And that's what we're reading about now. But Jehoram was influenced by Ahab's lifestyle. And he allowed his wife to cause him to practice idolatry. Let's watch. Let's read on. Verse 17. And he was 32 years old when he became king. And he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem, talking about Jehoram. And he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, not in the ways of the kings of Judah. The kings of Judah served the Most High. The kings of Israel served the Sidonian deities, Baal-zebub, and those different deities over there. Because Jezebel and King Ahab, who was married, they served those deities and not the Most High. And their influence handed down to their children for many generations. And he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Ahab had done, for the daughters of Ahab was his wife. See, they did that because they're letting you know that the influence of being married to a woman who practices idolatry can influence your mindset as a man. Do y'all follow that conversation we had earlier about a moray being married to a woman who practiced black magic, sorcery, witchcraft, or Christianity, or any other of those religions out there in the streets, how it could be detrimental for the health of the people. And this is a factual information. It's dangerous. No moray in our nation should be married to a woman who practices idolatry. And this is a prime example of it, because Jehoram was married to a woman Okay, well, it's all gonna come out in a little while. Jehoram was married to a woman that was wicked. It was Atalia. And when you embrace wickedness in your household and you let it be, it will overtake you. And that's what happened. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High. Yet the Most High was not willing to destroy Judah for the sake of Dawid, his servant. Now, you see the love that the Most High had for Dawid? That he had kings doing wickedness. Now, I'm going to jump on this because when I read this, I got excited. He had kings for generations doing wickedness. But because of the righteousness of one king, Dawid, he preserved those people's lives and allowed them the opportunity to get it right and didn't cause the people to suffer because of the sin of one or two men. Y'all follow what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, in your genealogy, somewhere in your genealogy, somebody was righteous in the sight of the Creator, and he spared you today to be a reflection of that righteousness, to grow, to build, and to get it together, to give an opportunity for your lineage to be redeemed in the future years to come. That's how important it is that we stand right before the Most High at all times, as an individual, as a community, as a people, and as righteous, as leadership. We have to be right before the Most High because our genealogy, hundreds and thousands of years even, will pay the price for our sins and our wickedness that we do today. It was because of David's obedience to the Most High that he spared the people, since he promised to give a lamp to him and his sons forever. Leolam Wa'ed. In his days, Edom revolted from the rule of Judah and set up a king of their own. Then Jehoram passed over to Zaire with all his chariots and rose by night. And he and his chariot commander struck the Edomites who had surrounded him, but his army fled home. So Edom revolted from the rule of Yehuda to this day. Then Libnah revolted at the same time. Now the rest of the acts of Joram and all that he did, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? So Joram slept with his fathers and was buried with his father in the city of David. And Ahaziah, his son, reigned in his place. In the 12th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. His mother's name was what? Athaliah. His mother's name was Athaliah. So Athaliah was actually married to Jehoram. She was a granddaughter of Omri, king of Israel. And Omri was whose father? King Omri was whose father? Ahab's father. King Omri was Ahab's father. Ahab was the father of Athaliah, who Athaliah was married to Jehoshaphat's son, Jehoram. Jehoram passed away. He had a son, and he's who we're speaking about today, Ahaziah. His mother's name was Athaliah. She was a granddaughter of Omri, king of Israel. He also walked in the ways of the house of Ahab. He did what his father did. He learned the behavior of his father and his mother. They influenced him to practice idolatry, sitting on a throne in Judah. He also walked in the ways of Ahab and did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, as the house of Ahab had done, for he was a son-in-law of Ahab. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. You see how important a holy union is to the development of your children? It's extremely important that you keep that holy union in place. Both the husband and the wife shall be serving the Most High to the best of their ability. I repeat that, both the husband and the wife should be serving the Most High to the best of their ability. If you bring up a child in a household where there is no Most High present being served, there's almost no chance in way in hell where you can tell where that child is going to go. But the likelihood of that child being of a righteous nature, if both parents are serving the Most High, is highly increased. Nothing is guaranteed in no situation, but is highly increased. He went with Joram, the son of Ahab, to make war against Hazael, king of Syria, at Ramoth Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. Who is Joram? The son of Ahab. He just died in the last chapter, remember? It's where we read the story that took place. Joram, Ahab. Joram and Jehoram. Jehoram is Judah. Joram is Ahab. Now Ahaziah, who's Joram's nephew, because he married to his sister. His sister was his father's wife. He's now Joram. Yes. Joram, the king of Israel. His sister was Ahaziah's father's wife, his mother, Athaliah. She's Ahaziah's mother. By blood, they're married. So Joram is really his uncle. But they came together to make war against Hazael. We just read about Hazael, who betrayed his master. So now they come up to go kill Hazael in Ramoth Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. And King Joram returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds that the Syrians had given him at Ramoth when he fought against Hazael, king of Syria. And Hazael, the son of Jehoram, the son of Athaliah, king of Judah, went down to see his uncle, Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel, because he was sick. Y'all follow me? So he went to see his uncle because he was sick. His uncle had gotten stabbed or shot with a spear. He got wounded in the war with Hazael. And then Elisha the prophet called one of the sons of the prophets and said to him, now Elisha is the man. He said, tie up your garments and take this flask of oil in your hand and go to Ramoth Gilead. And when you arrive, look for Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat. Jehu, a completely different man. And go in and have him rise from among his fellows and lead him into the inner chamber. Then take the flask of oil and poured on his head and said, thus says the Most High, I anoint you king over Israel. Then open the door and flee, and do not linger. So the young man, the servant of the prophets, went to Ramoth Gilead. And when he came, behold, the commanders of the army were in council. And he said, I have word for you, O commander. And Jehu said, to which of us, or all of us? And he said, to you, O commander. So he arose and went in unto his house. And a young man poured the oil on his head, saying to him, thus saith the Most High, the power of Israel, I anoint you king over the Most High's people, over Israel. You shall strike down the house of Ahab, your master, so that I may avenge on Jezebel, the blood of my servants, the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Most High. For the whole house of Ahab shall perish, and I will cut off from Ahab every male, bond or free, in Israel. And I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahiah. And the dog shall eat Jezebel in the territory of Jezreel, and none shall bury her. Then he opened the door and he fled. Second Kings 9 and 11. When Jehu came out to the servants of his masters, they said to him, when he came back, they said to him, is all well? Why did this mad fellow come to you? Now, when I read that, I wanted to jump on that. Look what they did. They call him a mad fellow. The word is shagah. Shagah. They call him a mad fellow. This man was a prophet of the Most High. Why did they call him a mad fellow? I want to bring this to your attention, family, because this is extremely important. The rest of the people conducted themselves a certain way. They dressed a certain way, they looked a certain way, they acted a certain way. And Jehu was no different than those people in his companionship. But this young man, who was a man of the prophets, lived a different lifestyle. He dressed like the prophets. He lived like the prophets. He acted like the prophets. The people you live with, the people you have in your surrounding, usually dictate the type of behavior that you have. So if you're living in a community of unrighteous people, you yourself most likely will be unrighteous. If not, it will be very difficult for you to live in their midst. But they can also influence you, if you are of a righteous nature, to become unrighteous. The people of the prophets lived together as a community because it was a community of prophets. The people of commoners lived together because they all commonly got along together. Now, when this prophet of the Most High came and he spoke to Jehu, who was a commander in the army, the commander didn't argue with him or say, what you doing here? You ain't got no right to talk to me. He didn't do none of that because he recognized that this man was a prophet because of his appearance. And then when he takes him in, he anoints him with oil and gives him a message. Still didn't question the man. But the men who was around Jehu all had something to say about this mad fellow, because he looked like a bum. He probably looked like he stank. Probably looked that way, don't mean he did. He probably looked like he was hungry, because prophets of the Most High do a lot of fasting. Discipline is what needed. Internal discipline to build themselves up to a certain nature so that they can commune on the spiritual realm. They do a lot of fasting. You will never, I say absolutely never, hear or read of a fat prophet. If he is, then he was probably an old prophet, because prophecy requires too much discipline for you to be a fat man, a large, out of shape, irregular man. It requires too much discipline. And the whole lifestyle, if you look at Eliyahu, when he was alive and he was living, he lived out in the wilderness. The ravens fed him. He got a lot of food from donations and things of charity of those people who would look out for him, yes, but he had men with him that had to eat as well. And their discipline level is not like commoners. In the ancient days, people that we call mentally challenged today, let's say informalities, crippled or mentally challenged, handicapped, retarded, even you might want to call them. A lot of those people were protected because those people were saw as being spiritually gifted. Not like today. They don't look for spiritually gifted people today. But in the ancient days, a lot of those people were spiritually gifted with the gift of prophecy, the gift of foretelling the future and things to happen, and whole type of spiritual matters. Those people were given those types of gifts. And a lot of people understood and recognized, but when they called this man a madman, it was on a disrespectful level, not in a righteous level. And it's because a lot of those people are really very talented men, or spiritually talented men and women, when they have those conditions. Today, we don't see it that way, but we should. We should begin to investigate that type of relationship. And he said to them, you know the fella and his talk. You know what he was talking about. You know he brought some prophecy about something. Y'all know what this man is about. And they said, that is not true. We don't know him. Tell us what it's about. This charger says low on battery life is not charging. And he said, thus and so he spoke to me, saying, thus saith the Most High. Now, can you imagine somebody telling you this? I told the people something like this one time, and they ain't let it go yet. Thus saith the Most High, I anoint you king over Israel. Then in haste, every man of them took his garment and put it under him on their bare steps. And they blew the trumpet and proclaimed, Yehu is king in Israel. Wonderful thing. Wonderful thing. And let's go to work to see if he's the king. Thus Yehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram, with all Israel, had been on guard at Ramoth Gilead against Hazael, king of Syria. But King Joram had returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds that the Syrian had given him when he fought with Hazael, king of Syria. So Yehu said, if this is your decision, talking to the Most High, then let no one slip out of the city to go and tell the news in Jezreel. Then Yehu mounted his chariot and went to Jezreel. For Joram lay there. Joram is the son of Ahab. And Ahaziah, king of Judah, had come down to visit Joram. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Ahaziah would be Yehu's brother, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the watchman was standing on the tower of Jezreel and saw the company of Yehu as he came and said, I see a company. Now, a company means a small army, a small battalion. It's about maybe about 200-300 men. An army, I think, is 1,000 men. A battalion, I think, is 700 or 800. Somebody can look that up, please, and find out the difference. There is a difference between a company, a battalion, and an army. So please, somebody look up. An army might be 10,000 men. A battalion might be 1,000, and a company may be several hundred. So please, somebody look it up, please. I see a company. That means many men coming. And Joram said, take a horseman and send to meet them, and let them say, is it peace? Now remember, this is their own men that's coming after them. Jehu was from Israel. He was one of their men. He was a Judite, but he was from Israel, serving in the army of Joram. So a man on horseback went to meet him and said, thus saith the king, is it peace? And Jehu said, what have you to do with peace? Get over here on my side and ride with me. Turn around and ride behind me. And the watchman reported, saying, the messenger reached them, but he is not coming back. He couldn't see him because he was mixed up in their army or their company. Then he sent out a second horseman who came to them and said, thus the king has said, is it peace? Why are you coming to us like this? You coming for peace or you coming for war? And Jehu answered, what do you have to do with peace? Turn around and ride beside me or behind me. And again, the watchman reported, he reached them, but he is not coming back. And the driver is like the driving of Jehu, the son of Nimshi, for he drives furiously. Now they call Jehu the son of Nimshi. Joram said, make ready. And they made ready his chariots. Then Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, set out, each on his chariots. And they went to meet Jehu and met him at the property of Naboth the Jezreelite. Y'all remember Naboth, where Jezebel, her husband Ahab, wanted Naboth's vineyard? And Naboth said, I can't sell you my inheritance. And Jezebel plotted a plan to have him killed so that her husband can take over that man's vineyard wickedly. Well, when that happened, Ahab humbled himself before the Almighty. The Most High spared him, but the Most High said, you're still going to die in a certain manner. Your wife is going to die in a certain manner, and your children are going to die in a certain manner. That was the punishment for what he did. And this is the fulfillment, or part of the fulfillment, of that prophecy. So he said he met them, and Joram said, make ready, and make this ready his chariot. Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, set out, each in his chariot, and went to meet Jehu, and met him at the property of Naboth the Jezreelite. And when Joram saw Jehu, he said, is it peace? Jehu answered, what peace can there be, so as long as the whoring and the sorcery of your mother Jezebel are so many? Then Joram reigned about and fled. He ran. This guy was the king. And he running from Jehu, saying, Ahaziah, it's treachery. Ahaziah, it's treachery. And Jehu drew his bow with his full strength and shot Joram between the shoulders, just as the prophet prophesied, so that the arrow pierced his heart, and he sank in his chariots. Jehu said to Bikar, his aide, take him up and throw him on the plot of the ground belonging to Naboth the Jezreelite. For remember, when you and I rode side by side behind Ahab his father, how the Most High made his proclamation against him? As surely as I saw yesterday the blood of Naboth and the blood of his sons. So they didn't just kill Naboth, they killed Naboth's children, his sons, which only makes sense because if Naboth died, then that means the inheritance, his land, would have went to his sons. So they had to kill off wicked Jezebel. She had to kill off Naboth, and she had to kill off Naboth's children in order for her son to take possession, her husband to take possession of that man's land. And that's exactly what they did. All right, let's see who got that answer for me. Let's see. We're going to look at that before we continue. All right. A battalion is a military unit, typically consisting of up to 1,000 soldiers. So I was right on that. A battalion is commanded by a lieutenant colonel and subdivided into 300 to 1,000 men. That I didn't know. A company is 100 to 250 men. We got that right. A company and a battalion equals an army. Okay, thank you very much. Look where the Most High set the company, set the recompense battle for Jesse's blood. The Creator got the last laugh again. Absolutely. That's what he do. He set it up to fall, to take place like that. All right. As sure, verse 28. As sure as I saw yesterday the blood of Naboth, the blood of his sons, declared the Most High, I will repay you on this plot of ground. Now therefore take him up and throw him on the plot of ground in accordance with the word of the Most High. 29. And when Ahaziah, the king of Yehudah, saw this, he fled in the direction of Beth Hagan. And Jehu pursued him and said, shoot him also. And they shot him in the chariot at the ascent of Gur, which is by Ibleam. Ibleam was a name one of my brothers had chosen many years ago, who's no longer with us. May the Most High bless his memory as well. Ibleam. And he fled to Megiddo and died there. His servants carried him in his chariot to Jerusalem and buried him in the tomb with his father in the city of David. Now, Ahaziah lost his life because he sided up with a wicked man, Jeroboam, who practiced idolatry. You have to be careful that you don't do that in your life. If you know, I don't care if it's your mother, sister, father, cousin, uncle, or aunt, if you know, or your girlfriend or your homie, if you know they're practicing idolatry, it ain't but so much of a relationship you can have with them. Ain't but so much of a relationship you can have with them, because you could end up paying a price like Ahaziah did and dying because of their wickedness when the Most High brings down his judgment. When Jehu came to Jezreel, Jezreel heard of it, and she painted her face, Jezebel, I mean. Watch this. And she painted her face and adorned her head and looked out of the window. She got herself made up. That's what witches do. She got herself made up. And then she gonna go stand in the window and watch what Jehu did. Huh? Yeah, so they can look at her. She's coming. She didn't want, some women don't want to be seen as ugly. They got to dial themselves up to go to a beat in order for people to see them. And she did just that. She dialed herself up and she went to the window to talk to Jehu. And as Jehu entered the gate, she said, is it peace, you Zimri? Murder of your master. Murderer of your master. And he lifted up his face to the window and said, who is on my side? Who? 2 or 3 eunuchs looked out at him. Now they didn't even say anything. He said, who's with me? And the simple fact that they looked in his direction meant, we with you. They probably nodded their head, we with you. And this is how powerful a man he was. He said, throw her down. So they threw her down. And she died. Watch this though. And some of her blood spattered on the wall of the horses and on the horses, and they trampled on her. Then he went in and ate and drank, and he said, see now this cursed woman and bury her, for she is a king's daughter. Who was the king that she was the daughter of? That was his wife. Yeah, I forget who her father's name was, but he was a king, a Sidonian. And he said, see now this cursed woman and bury her, for she is a king's daughter. But when they went to bury her, they found no more of her than the skull and the feet, because the animals, they ate her up, just as the Most High prophesied. When they came back and told him, he said, this is the word of the Most High, which he spake by his servant Eliyahu the Tishbite. In the territory of Jezreel, the dog should eat the flesh of Jezebel, and the corpse of Jezebel should go as dung on the face of the field in the territory of Jezreel, so that no one can say, this is Jezebel. May the Most High be praised. Let's talk, y'all. Let's talk. That was exciting. What? Where does it say? Where does it say her father's name was? Ittabal?
A Sidonian, which is a biblical term.
Put that in. Can you put that in the room? Okay, Ittabal. All right. Are there any questions, family? Any questions, any comments, family? We had a great reading today. Super, super, super great reading today. All right. I'd like to have some conversation about such a great reading. Shay, we was looking for you all day, Shay. Shabbat shalom, sis. Been looking for you all day. Praying that everything is well, that the Most High is with you, and that your family is all and preserved. Shabbat shalom to you. Glad you can join us. Ima Derecia got something. Ima Derecia, you got to get this link so you can post your own stuff. Oh, you want? Yeah, you can. I didn't know you had a YouTube. Yeah, I guess you do got a StreamYard account, right? Okay, you can do that. Or we can send you the link. You can come on the platform if you want. As long as you got something to say, we'll have you come up. All right? May the Most High be praised. Well, I can send a link right now, and if you got something you would like to contribute to the conversation, let me send that up here in the link for you. And anybody else who wishes to speak, now is the opportunity. And what I would like to know is what you got out of today's lesson. Talk to me, family. Well, Ahab could, look, sister put up. All right, always. May the Most High be praised. Sister asks us a question. She says, I don't know how Ahab could tolerate Jezebel. I mean, yeah. But see, what happens is when a male is a weak man, he's a weak guy. When he's weak, a woman can have influence over him and cause him to do whatever she wants him to do. And that's exactly what he did and what he was and who he was. And that's why she was able to do and he tolerated, because he was so busy trying to please her that he didn't even get close to pleasing the Most High. Yes, she has succubus energy. Very good. And that's a good example. He must have been blinded by lust. But it's a lot of things to it, because remember, she was a Sidonian. She practiced the black arts. Ain't no telling what she might have done to that man. It's no telling. But in fact, you know, all we can do is know what we got and know that he shows the signs of a weak man. You know, just like when he didn't get his way, he ran and started pouting and crying. When he didn't get the man's vineyard like he wanted, he started pouting. That's a sign of a weak man.
Having attention to his wife.
Oh, what to do when someone tries to tempt you with idolatry, although we have to use wisdom about this today, Deuteronomy 13. And you're right, but you're super right that we got to use wisdom. She talks about Imadarashia, because in Deuteronomy 13, it talks about putting people to death for wickedness, people who try to turn your heart against the Most High. All right. Do we have any comments, family? Anyone wants to talk about this chapter? Bring some light to it? Bring some clarity to it? Anyone? Anyone wants to tell us what they got out of this message today? If you can, please like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe the message today. We got very few shares today, very few likes today. So maybe y'all didn't like the message. Who knows? Maybe that's why you didn't like. I don't know. Y'all didn't like the message today. The message wasn't fulfilling. It didn't serve its purpose in your life today. All right. Is there anyone who wishes to share any information that we've learned today, that we've experienced about today's lesson? No one? Okay. Then I think we're at chapter 10, and I don't think we're going to read chapter 10 today. We'll pick up on chapter 10 next week. Please see side chats before the Ahab comment. Sis, can you copy and paste those side chats that you want me to see? All right. Tehillim 132 and 13. If the children would keep my covenant and testimony that I shall teach them, their children shall also sit upon the throne forevermore. Absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely right. Instead of looking at that had taken place with his parents in their lives because of idolatry, worship, and rebuking those ways and clever onto the Most High in his laws, he kept up with what? Foolishness. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Tehillim 83 and 30, 89 and 30. Tehillim means Psalms. If his sons forsake my law and do not follow my statutes, if they violate my decree and fail to keep my commandments, I will punish their sons with the rod, their iniquity. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else? Are there any other comments, anything that I'm missing? So many layers to your lesson today, Prince. Always enjoy your lessons and the deep understanding behind them. Tell thou for the Creator for putting his spirit in your vessel. I feel fully fed and satisfied. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Any other questions or comments, family? Are there any questions that you may have pertaining to anything outside of our scripture reading today or inside of our scripture reading? It doesn't matter what it is. It could be anything pertaining to the scripture reading or outside of the scripture reading. Are there any questions that you may have today? Ima, do we have any announcements to make? See comments above. See, what I'm saying is any comment that you put up that I don't see, just copy and repaste it again so I can see it now.
And I scrolled up.
All right? So it must be something that we're missing that you, 1 Kings 19:7. Okay. 1 Kings 19:17. And it shall come to pass that him that escapeth the sword of Hazael shall Jehu slay, and him that escapeth from the sword of Jehu shall Elisha slay. May the Most High be praised. Very good. Very good. That was a great chapter, a great verse, sis. Dawid, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Is it okay to sit while praying, or do we have to stand? Okay, now that's a good question. Is it okay to sit while praying? Now, the answer to that is depends on your situation. If you're in a position like you're in a public setting and you might just don't want nobody to know you praying, it's about your intentions, then you can do that if that's what you choose. But do it in the confidence of your spirit that that's what you choose to do, not what you have to do, or not you being lazy. Because if you're being lazy and just don't want to get up out your seat or out your bed, then you're in violation, and the Creator don't like that. Or do we have to stand? You don't have to stand when making prayer. You can prostrate on your knees on the ground. You can lay on the ground. You can get on your knees on the ground. You can do different ways of making prayer. Tefillah. Tefillah is prayer. There's different ways to do that. Okay? But to sit down would be taken as a form of disrespect if you're being lazy about it and just don't want to get up. Don't never be lazy when it comes to praising this King. Always give the Most High the benefit of the doubt and go out your way to show him that you appreciate him. Something else came up first. Brother Asa. Deuteronomy 6:6-7. And you shall impress them upon your children, and you speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rises up. May the Most High be praised. Excuse me. Second question, why do we have to ask for permission to pray to the Most High, as since He can read, know our thoughts? And Toda for your answer. We ask for permission to approach the Most High, to pray to the Most High before we pray to the Most High, is because we're all in an unclean condition. And uncleanness should not present itself in the presence of the Father. That's a sin. That's something that you can lose your life for. So therefore, if we're unclean, it's best that we ask the Creator for permission to approach His throne before just taking it upon ourselves to get up and just start talking. One of the examples I like to use is like when you're in a courtroom. You can't be in a courtroom and just start talking to the judge, can you?
Nope.
You'll be shut up, sat down, they'll tell you to be quiet, quick. So what makes you think that you can't do it to a man, but you can just do it to the Creator? We should always ask the Most High for permission before we pray to Him. We might be unclean. It might be an uncleanness that He will take your life for. We don't know.
Yeah.
So therefore, we just showing Him honor, showing Him respect by doing so. And that's what we do. Always keep in mind, it's best to be in precaution, to honor Him at all times, than to be not in precaution and just come to Him any way you want. I know what the church teach you, but that ain't what the Most High says. If you just came from a funeral, touching a dead body, stepping on a grave, you should not be making prayer to the Most High for a minimum of 7 days till you go through the purification process. And you'll find that process in the book of Numbers, the chapter 19, of how to go through that process. There are a lot of Israel. We've been touched all kind of dead bodies, been to all kind of funerals, cemeteries, stepped on the graves, all kind of graves, did all types of unclean things, and we still make prayer to the Creator. And then we wonder why our prayers are not being heard.
Yeah.
We wonder sometimes those things. If you just had a baby, oh yeah, I see the little baby, shalom. If you just had a baby, if you had a male, you can't go to the temple for 40 days. After 40 days, then you can go. If you had a female, you can't go to the temple for 80 days. After 80 days, then you can go. Anybody who violates those things presumptuously, they're in violation of the laws of the Most High. Because that's not how the Most High operates. He has set regulations and limitations for us, and you find that in the book of Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. He has regulations and stipulations for us to serve Him. And whether He knows your thoughts or not, your intentions as to what you do before the Creator means everything. How you respect Him, how you honor Him, how you revere Him and reverence Him, those things mean things to the Creator. It means everything in how He relates with you and how He deals with you. And we shall hold the Most High in our sight. If we at Temple Kifarim, we get up at 5 o'clock every morning and we make prayer. 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and before we go to bed. That's the minimum. So every 5 o'clock, we get up out of our beds, we take down our prayer rugs, and we prostrate on the floor to the Most High. And that's how it should be done. Just like that. Just like that. All right. Are there any questions or comments, family?
I look at petitioning the throne like Queen Hadassah did before entering into a King Hassar's throne room. A very good example. She didn't just go in any, well, it depends, because there were several times when she couldn't enter the throne room. And then the last time she took it upon her life to just wait for the Most High, wait for the king to see if he would give her the green light. But if you notice in that process, she was required to come a certain way. You know, she knew that she just couldn't go anytime she wanted to. She had to go at a certain time. But in the case of an emergency, yeah, we do just like she did. In the case of an emergency, if it's an emergency, somebody coming to hurt, harm, or take your life, and you don't think to ask the Creator for permission to approach because you got to get those words out your mouth right away, then I fully understand in the case of an emergency. And Queen Hadassah had an emergency situation where she had to get this done to approach the king. So she did what she had to do. And then she asked for forgiveness in the process. Yes.
I was going to say, before she went to the king, but she did fast.
Oh, yeah. She fasted and prayed. She did a whole lot of stuff. That's right. Praise the Most High for not taking us out when he could have done away with us in our sins before knowing his authority. Absolutely. Absolutely. And same thing with Hadassah. She did. As Maisha said, she 3 days she prayed and she fasted before she went before the king to make sure that the Most High gave her approval.
She knew the risk she was taking.
And she said, if I perish, I perish, but it's for the people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? This is the worst part of the day for me because I hate to see y'all go. I hate to leave y'all. I hate to close out the class. I would really prefer to have Shabbat for the whole day during the duration of this Shabbat. But I know I can't. And if you guys don't give me something that you want to talk about, then we'll be shutting this down too. So if there's any questions, any comments, it could be a question about anything, family. Anything. It ain't got to be pertaining to today's lesson. It could be about anything that you have, your salvation, your children, the needs of your children, the life, the health, the expectancy, whatever it is. Let's ask that question now. See if we can get it done. All right, after the giving birth, what if the mother of the child is not in the vicinity of a temple? Where should she be unclean at during her separation period? She will be unclean wherever she goes during her separation period. She'll be unclean at home. She'll be unclean at wherever she goes. She's unclean. After the giving birth, what if the mother of the child is not in the vicinity of a temple? Where would she be unclean at during her separation period? Sister Asa, I need to ask you to reword that a little bit. Maybe it's something I'm missing.
The only thing that matters is that she do not enter the temple unclean. She could be wherever she is unclean.
She could be anywhere unclean, just as long as she doesn't come to any dedicated thing to the Most High.
A holy day.
And if she is unclean, she ain't supposed to be laying with her husband. She's supposed to treat that uncleanness just like her menstrual cycle. When a woman is on her menstrual, she don't supposed to cook for her husband. That's the way we interpret the scripture. She ain't supposed to cook for him. She ain't supposed to sit where he sit, lie where he lie. Any of those things, well, he can't do that to her. He can't even touch her when she's on her menstruation cycle.
Separation.
That's right. You have a lot of the children of Israel who ignore those things. And they just let their women, just like they're not on their cycle, they might not have intercourse with them, but they treat them just like there's no problem. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. Are there any other questions or comments, family?
go.
You said you want to do it?
Yeah, you look sleepy.
Me?
Yeah, it's
Oh, no, I'm cool.
your eyes.
No, I'm good. But it doesn't matter. You can do it. All right. If there's no more questions, no more comments, y'all remember class is only over because y'all didn't have nothing else to say.
No.
It's like being on a phone conversation with somebody that ain't saying nothing. Y'all just listen to each other breathe.
Some people like to do that.
I know. Some people used to it. I'm learning that that's how you build bonds with people. I'm learning that, you know, just to be on the phone, ain't got nothing to talk about. Y'all just there. I guess that's intimate time y'all spending together. Because I've always been under the impression you ain't got nothing to say while we on the phone. You got something to say, then we on the phone. But if you ain't got nothing to say while we on the phone, listen to each other breathe. But I'm learning from my children that that's a different thing. They just, yeah. Huh? What?
I told you that we were recording.
Man, I used to bang quick on the phone with you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I ain't got time to be sitting here. There ain't nothing happening.
You frightened for the camera?
No, I'm telling you the truth.
I was about to say, because there's plenty of time to see them fell asleep.
Yeah, I'll fall asleep, but we was having conversation. We be talking. And if we ain't talking, I'm gonna get off the phone. I ain't gotta talk. Why would I be on the phone if I ain't talking? I'm learning that from my children. They the ones be on the phone and ain't nothing going on. Yeah, we used to fall asleep on the phone together. I ain't got no problem with that. That would be true. I'm waiting for Sister Esther to give me an explanation.
She said, I'm playing. Is that her? Uh-oh.
Sister Esther, I don't understand the question. Yeah, you keep thinking that.
It ain't no thinking, it's the truth.
I ain't one of them kind of guys.
Oh my God.
We might have talked a lot, which we did, but when we talked, we had something to talk about. I ain't just sitting on the phone breathing. Sister Ima Derecha says Ahaziah should have known about the law of Deuteronomy 13. Okay, very well. Sister Esther, maybe you should come on the mic, Sister Esther. Maybe you should come on the mic and ask your question because I'm really not understanding your question and I want to answer it. So can you take the mic, please, and just explain to us what you're saying? Because I need to understand your question, your line of thought. I want to explain it.
Yeah.
For the last time, if I'm on the phone and other people talking, then it's cool. But I don't want to sit on the phone with one or two people and nobody saying nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like to do that. I feel like I'm wasting time. It could be interpreted as dual interpretations. I would agree with that. It could be interpreted that way. Because a lot of prophecies are for then and for now.
Yes, there is a gap.
Okay. That's what happens when you come to class late. It be a gap in time when you come late. If you come on time, now I'm not knocking you, sis. You do what you do. But when you come on time at 11 o'clock, we start class. If you come on time, then it'll be straight even with us. But when you come 10, 15 minutes later, then you get a lapse in time and we got to sit there and wait and, you won't be live like right on time with us. But I would like I put the link in there because I would like for you to come up and explain your position and ask your question so we can try to respond to it and give you an answer.
Yeah, I think when you come in late, you're actually watching the recording. You're not live, like, but you can still type. But your response, you'll be answering a question like 10, 15 minutes after. No, it ain't. I didn't say some things on here, and a few minutes later, we on another subject, somebody texting from the last subject 10, 15 minutes ago.
Okay. You're doing a lot of passing gas.
All right, Sister Esther, lost but found.
Where you going?
And
Pick up my come here.
this we have to be careful of too. I know we take much of scripture in the Tanakh literally. However, aren't much of scripture dimensionally dual in interpretation? Yes, the answer is yes. But in spite of that, you have to be careful because a lot of people will cause you to accept certain things and try to pacify certain things and say, like, for example, or it didn't, I know it says that, but that's not what it means. Like, don't eat pork. When the Creator says don't eat pork, he literally meant don't eat pork. That's not just dual in nature. And if you want to look at dual in nature, it means don't eat things that ain't good for you. That will be dual in nature. But a lot of people, like Christians, will come and say, the Creator said don't eat pork, but he didn't mean don't eat the pig. What he meant was don't eat things that are dangerous to your life or your health. That's what they mean by dual in nature. Or the pig of yesterday is not the same pig of today. That's what they mean by dual of nature. But isn't that something how the pig hasn't changed in all these years? Thousands of years, the pig is still the same animal.
I think the only thing that we may see difference is the boar is a pig, right? It's just hairy.
But the wild boar been a wild boar.
But I'm saying, so was the wild boar first?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I would say that has changed is
But the pig is still a pig.
yeah.
He's still a pig.
No, I'm just saying without the hair.
All right, I guess Sister Esther is not.
Because what could they have? She said the pigs are different from boars.
They are, but they're all in the same family.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, they don't have those
Stouts, tusks.
tusk, and then the hair.
And their snout is larger.
Yeah, there's differences, but yeah, like you're saying, they're in the same family. They're basically the same. But we have war on this land, and they don't come out. I hear them, but they don't come out when we're out.
All right, we're gonna close out class. I think that's it for today. And Sister Esther, I really wanted to hear what it was that was in your spirit. So if you posted before, I'll come back and check after we make tefillah. I'll check. Let's rise, please, and face the east. Bang, go over there. Like. Tefillah.
All praise, all honor, all glory unto our King, our Master of the universe. We humble ourselves, O Creator, as we prostrate ourselves and we ask for your permission to approach unto your throne. Oh, Heavenly Father, we give thanks unto you, and we pray that you have allowed us to come before you. We ask, O Creator, that you forgive us for any uncleanliness that we may bestow upon ourselves in your presentation. Most High, we thank you for this beautiful Shabbat day. We thank you for the lesson that you have allowed to come through Maish, through Prince Kaz, for the community, for the nation, for the people to hear, to be able to ask questions. We thank you for the clarity, O Most High, that has been brought in this lesson. We thank you for any confusion, O Creator, that has been dismayed from this lesson. And we thank you, O Creator, for just the lesson alone to understand that when you said your word will come forward, O Most High. You place that decree upon that family and upon their deaths, and when they die, you showed it to be true. Your word did not go in void, O Most High. We thank you for that, because it's definitely a reminder of your word not going in void in our lives, O Most High, and to be mindful of the decisions that we make, because they can affect not just us, but for generations to come. Most High, we ask that you be with all those who are in the prison houses unjustly, O Creator, at this time. If it be your will, O Most High, allow those prison doors to be opened and they come home, O Most High, to their families. Allow those, O Most High, who are in the prison houses dying unjustly without their families to have a sort of comfort, O Creator, because we know this system does not care, but we know that you have the final say in the last word. O Most High, there are so many who are suffering daily in these prison houses, who are suffering minute by minute, second by second, O Creator. And it doesn't stop, even though the stories are being told. It's continuously, some in secret and some out loud. Creator, be with those who are in their sick beds, O Creator. If it be your will, allow them to rise up out of their affliction, their beds of affliction, O Most High. But if it not be your will, O Most High, and your will is to bring them unto you, allow their souls to be in peace and their families to be strengthened and comforted. Most High, please be with the fatherless and the widow. Please be with the unsheltered, O Creator, especially during these times, O Most High, with the cold season coming upon us. Allow them to find shelter and warmth, O Creator. So many people are out with no covering, who are dying from these cold weathers, from these harsh circumstances. Most High, so many places are available. If it be your will, O Most High, allow us to be able to assist in some of these things so that our people can find shelter, warmth, comfort. Most High, we ask that you be with our elders that are in the midst of us, O Creator. God shall protect them, strengthen them, O Most High, strengthen their minds, their bodies, and their souls, O Creator. Allow them to continue to be amongst us so that we can sit at their feet and garner the wisdom that they have, O Most High, so that we can make better choices for our future and for all the things that we may need to do, O Most High. Allow us to gain information so that we're not reinventing the wheel, but perfecting the wheel, O Creator. Most High, I ask for a special prayer for all those who are mourning at this time. So many people are still in mourning, or mourning the loss of their loved ones who may have even passed just seconds ago, Creator. Be with them, O Most High. In the midst of that moment, O Most High, you feel lost. You feel just so many emotions. Sometimes it's even unexplainable. But all of those who have gone through it, O Most High, are witnesses that we come out of it. We come above it, O Creator. Even though the loss is heavy, you, O Most High, lift us up, and we give thanks unto you, Creator. Most High, I ask for a special prayer for our school, O Most High, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Key Farim, O Creator. You, O Most High, are in the midst of this school. You see the ups and downs, the things that we are battling daily, O Most High. If it be your will, O Most High, allow those who are supposed to be there to help, O Creator, in a righteous manner. Allow our parents, O Creator, if it be your will, to be able to do the things they need to do to push forward our school for their children's sake, O Creator, and for the generations to come, O Most High. Because we know that the education of our children is the liberation of our people, O Most High. Most High, we ask that you be with all those who are with child at this time, O Most High. Guard their womb, O Most High, from any evil, anything that may come upon them, O Most High. Protect them, O Most High. Protect their bodies, O Creator, their minds, O Most High. Because everything that they consume, that infant consumes, O Most High. Most High, we give thanks unto you. We continuously ask and we continuously thank you for the protection of this land, for guarding the gates, O Most High, of this land, for keeping those who may seek and desire to do us harm, for keeping them out, O Most High. We thank you for just the awareness of this land, of the things to do, O Most High, to preserve ourselves. And we ask, O Most High, that you be with our hands, be with our minds, be with our feet as we walk and work this land for the coming future of our people, O Most High. With all the endeavors that we have, O Most High, continue to bless our hands, O Most High, with the restaurant, with the school, with the holistic center, with the building of our community, O Creator, because this is for the people, O Creator, all of this. We give thanks unto you, Creator, for your everlasting mercy, grace, love, and protection and guidance. And we also Toda Rabah, Most High, Toda Abi, Toda Rabah, Selah.
All right, family. All right. All right. So by that, I take it we have no more questions or comments.
BK. Bo.
So may the Most High be with you all and bless you all.
Come here. Yeah, these are questions. Give it to me.
Well,
Go. Tangley.
Adam and Hawa were told Hey, you can take him because he needs to be changed.
Okay.
Adam were told you shall surely die. What is the dual nature of interpretation of this statement? I don't think there was no dual nature in that. Man and woman was made to live. But you got to listen carefully. This is Aim, Shabbat Shalom, Aim. Man and woman was made to live forever. They weren't supposed to die originally. Man and woman weren't supposed to die. And it says that in that day that you eat of it, you shall die. Scripture says that a day is like 1,000 years to the Creator. So if a day is like 1,000 years to the Creator, and the Scripture said, in that day you shall die, that meant in less than 1,000 years, you should be dead. Did Adam and Hawa live past 1,000 years? No. So that was taken literally. They died. They died. So that would be the answer to that question, Total Rabbi. Now, I do understand what you're saying, Aim, because some things are for now and then. Some scriptures are for now and then. Some prophecies are for now and then. They are dual in nature. I do understand, at least that's what I believe you're saying. There are some prophecies in some scriptures that are dual in nature, like the one that talks about us going into captivity for 400 years. Those are dual in nature. Egyptian captivity and the American captivity. You know, there's a lot. And another scripture where the Most High said, you should surely die. In that day, you should surely die, or you should die childless. A lot of those things don't happen right away, you know. And then sometimes those things never happen to the people who are worthy of it and worthy of getting it. So, you know, there's a lot of interpretations of how we can, there's difference of interpretations in how we are to interpret some things. But I believe I understand where you're coming from when you say certain things are dual in nature. So I guess we'll talk later. May the Most High be praised. Are there any questions or comments before we close this out? I guess not. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High bless you all and strengthen you all. They say biologically we begin to die at birth. Okay, I'm not going to argue that fact. I can't argue that fact. Total Rabban, thank you.
Tangly. Come on.
All right. May the Most High be praised. We're going to close it out. We're going to close it out. We're going to close it out. Creator willing.
Come on, big man.
Creator willing, we see you all next Shabbat.
Go.
If it is the Most High's will. Shabbat Shalom, Lalato, Kol Yisrael. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Had a lot to do, and you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it. Keep on.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute. As fast as change clothes out the